Screw it. Let's do this. Indeed. All right. For better or worse, here we are. Let's pop these chats out. Sound on. Because that's the best part. Well, here we are. CitizenCon. Not my first CitizenCon. My last, maybe? Started the stream a bit early. Probably could have started at a 5-minute mark. Gotta fill 18 minutes of dead air, dead time. Did I read a book? I don't have any poems here. I could read a poem. Could read some Hemingway, perhaps? Some Camus? Problem with starting early is that it's going to be a 4-hour stream, and you don't want to peak. You don't want to burn yourself out. You know, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Did I have snacks? What's the procedure here? What other people do? I've got whiskey. I'm drinking Glen Turner single malt whiskey, double cask. There's a port cask finish, so it's kind of smoky. I feel like, because it's a Star Citizen stream, I should read something science fiction-y. Philip K. Dick. I have some Philip K. Dick here. Our friends from Frolics 8. Let's read a passage here. He knows I work for Zeta. Zeta isn't afraid of him. Zeta could beat him to a pulp. So far, so good. You contradict yourself, Nick said, or at least so it seemed. Perhaps the alcohol was affecting him. Perhaps the alcohol was affecting me. He wondered when it wore off. I'm not very good at reading at the best of times, especially after having a few Glen Turners, having a couple of GTs under my belt. Perhaps the alcohol was still affecting him. He wondered when it wore off. An hour? 2? Anyhow, it appeared that he was flying his squib adequately. Here's what I don't like about sci-fi. What the fuck is a squib? Maybe they've like established that already. And because I'm reading at the middle of the book, I don't know what a squib is. Is it a boat? At least no PSS ossifer had flagged him down or grappled him onto him with tractor beams. They have tractor beams in this book. It's just like Star Citizen. You're afraid of what your wife will say, Charlie says. If you bring me home, she'll think a lot of things. Well, there's that, he said, and the law called statutory rape? What? You're not 21, are you? I'm 16. There, you see? Okay, she said merrily. Landon dropped me off. Do you have any money? He asked. No. But you'll manage? Yes, I always manage. She spoke without rancor. This is kind of getting more interesting, this book. Maybe I should just do book streams. Oh, but I can't read. She did not seem to blame him for his hesitation. Neither do I. Maybe this sort of thing happened before between them, he reflected. And others, like myself, have been lured in with the best intentions in mind. Look, I just wanted to give you a ride in my squib, babe. I didn't want to get arrested for statutory rape. I'll tell you what may happen to you if you take me to your place, Charlie said. You can be bursted for being in the same room with coordinate material. Yeah, man. Coordinate material is serious shit. You don't want to get caught with that. Your wife... I'm getting confused. Isn't this Charlie talking? Your wife, who will also be arrested for being in the same room with coordinate material, would leave you and will never understand or forgive you. And yet you can't just let me off, even though you don't know me, because I'm a girl and have nowhere to go. So she's blackmailing him. Is this extortion? Friends, he said. You must have friends you could go to. Or are they too afraid of Denny? He wondered. You're right, he said. Then I can't just let you off. Right, so he's trying to get her out of the squib, whatever the fuck a squib is. But she's blackmailing him, somehow. Kidnapping, he thought. I could also be charged with that. Yeah. So, statutory rape and kidnapping. The list is getting longer. It felt like... If Denny felt like calling the PSS... I guess the PSS are the police, right? But Denny would not do that, because then, in return, he would be nailed as a peddler of coordinate material. He can't take that chance. You're a strange little girl, he said to Charlie. Well, who's Denny? Denny's the man, and Charlie's the girl? Or are they both boys? No, what? She spoke without rancor. One of them's female. In some ways, you're naivety itself. And in other ways, you're tough as a warehouse rat. Did selling illegal material make her like that, he wondered? Or did it happen the other way around? Had she grown up hard, toughened, and hence had gravitated to such work? He glanced at her now, sizing up her clothes. This too well dressed, he thought. Those are some expensive garments. Maybe she's greedy. There's a way of earning enough pops to satisfy that greed. A pop's currency? A squib is a car, some kind of flying car maybe, and a pop is a currency. And PSS are cops. For her, clothes. For Denny, the Schellenberg 8. Without this, they'd be merely teenagers, going to school in jeans and shapeless sweaters. Evil, he thought, in the service of good. Or were Cornyn's writings good? This is just gobbledygook. He had never seen an authentic Corden tract before. Now, presumably, he had one, and he was free to read it himself and decide. So, okay. And let her stay if it's good, he wondered. And if it isn't, toss her out to the wolves to Denny and the prowl cars with their telepathic unusuals, listening constantly. I am life, the girl said. What? He said, startled. To you, I am life. Where are you? What are you, 38? 40? What have you learned? Have you done anything? Look at me, look. I'm life, and when you're with me, some of it rubs off onto you. You don't feel so old now, do you? With me here in the squib beside you? Nick said, I'm 34 and I don't feel old. As a matter of fact, sitting here with you makes me feel older, not younger. Nothing is rubbing off. It will, she said. You know, from this experience, he said, with older men... Oh, you know this from experience, he said, with older men before me. Opening her purse, she got out her mirror and cheek stick. I guess a cheek stick is like blush or something. And began to stroke elaborate lines from her eyes and across her cheekbone to the rim of her jaw. You use too much makeup, he said. All right, call me a 2-pop whore. Pop is currency. What? He asked, staring at her with her attention momentarily turned away from the mid-morning traffic. Nothing, she said. She closed up her cheek stick, placed it and the mirror back in her purse. Do you want some alcohol? She asked. Denny and I have a lot of contacts for alcohol. I guess Denny is her friend or a pimp, maybe? We might even be able to get you some. What's it called? Oh, yeah, scotch. Wonderful, wonderful scotch. Now I've lost my spot. Made in some fly-by-night distillery out of God knows what, Nick said. She began to laugh helplessly. She sat down. Her hand over her eyes. I can picture a distillery flapping through the midnight sky on its way to a new location, where the PSS won't find it. I guess alcohol is illegal? The PSS are looking for distilleries? She continued to laugh, holding on to her head as if the idea of it refused to leave her. You can go blind from alcohol, Nick said. Smoke, wood, alcohol. How can you be sure it isn't that? How can you be sure of anything? Denny may catch us any time and kill us, or the PSS may do it. It's just not likely. And you have to go by what's likely, not by what's possible. Anything is possible, she smiled at him. But that's good, don't you see? It means you can always hope. He says that, Corden. I remember that. Corden says again and again. He really doesn't have much of a message, but I remember that. You and I might fall in love. You might leave your wife and I might leave Denny, and we'd go outright, and then he'd go outright insane. He'd go on a drinking binge. And he'd kill all of us, and then himself. She laughed at her little eyes dancing. Isn't it great? Don't you see how great it is? He didn't. You'll see. Fool.
This is an audio test.
It's starting.
People are watching right now. Oh no. Why are there so many people watching a countdown timer? 5:30.
Question.
5:29, 5:28, 5:27. Why?
It's thrilling.
You know this is just the smaller show, right? There's nothing to see here.
This is the show.
Oh my gosh, the chat's going so fast I can't possibly read it. Hey, all you moderator type people, should we investigate in slow mode? I'm not recommending it. I'm saying have the conversation, have the thought, consider it, and then do it if you think it's right. I don't know. Who's ready for CitizenCon?
Should I put slow-mo on my
Type John Crew in chat. Anybody who's ready for CitizenCon, type John Crew in chat.
John Crew.
Oh, anybody that's spelling it wrong, you're not ready for CitizenCon. There's an E at the end of crew.
There is no chance I'm going to last to the end of
If
this.
you're ready for CitizenCon, type John Crew with an E at the end of chat.
I'm going to fucking pass out within the hour.
Isn't even close. That's not how you spell
I
John
predict.
in any language. Was that a Y? Where did you get a Y?
Jared is a fucking gem.
What was that weird soft drink called? Innabrew? Dandelion burdock? Dandelion and burdock. Iron brew. So there's iron brew and dandelion and burdock. They got weird drinks here. All right, that's it. Audio test good. Show starts in about 3 minutes and 40 seconds, everybody. Get ready, because you're not.
Are we ready? Am I ready? Should I get snacks? What do I need to do to get ready? I know I shouldn't drink without eating, but I've eaten so much today. I've eaten a lot. Alright, so maybe it's not. Should I go back to my book? I guess I don't have time. It's only 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. But that was more interesting than I expected, to be honest. That book. I was going places. Except for the terminology, I liked it. Is there a way I can like not have my fucking mic on camera? Right, we're gonna do a countdown, I guess, right? Do 1 minute 23. One minute. Cool. All right, 40 seconds. Are you ready? Time to get on the hot train. Popcorn. 25, 24. Good turn. With that. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
What my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
They believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
They're right there
You
with
see
us
that?
throughout the whole process.
It's
Bye-bye.
unlike anything that I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
I love this.
New players come every day, and I
Talk about
find
me.
that
They're always happy
Tell
to
me how
show
good I
people
am.
the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
I
When
am
I
really,
first did the,
really great.
CitizenCon, where I got to fly the
I
character.
am great.
Everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was
Definitely, that's a hype.
unbelievable.
A hype for me, you know.
Effort they put into like their creativity.
It's about sometimes. It's about time somebody recognized me, the contributions that I have made to this game.
I'm on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos and the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passion
The
that
memes.
come out of them is fantastic.
How they
I like making
come
memes.
up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
Break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like
I got those headphones,
people doing crazy stunts in
and they fucked up in the exact same way.
That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community run events.
going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person, even if they
You wouldn't want to meet me. You wouldn't want to meet me in person. I'm fucking miserable.
I
Can't.
really like when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up.
Feedback is code for fucking whinging.
Keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for.
This is all just nice way to say that you guys are miserable fucking assholes.
In the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting us.
That's true.
They really do make all this possible.
That's true.
I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community.
I'm not.
It'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
He has nothing good to say, so just don't say anything at all. Alright, here we go. Enough of that.
Hi, I'm Chris Roberts.
I love this video so much. There's a hype for this video. It's so naff and so cringe. I love it.
Everything I've done since then. 10 years ago, after 20 years of making games, I was burned out, so I took a break. But I never stopped playing games nor loving them. And now I'm ready to come back, and I'd like to show you something I've been working on.
Let's turn this up. It's so bad.
But I don't want to build any other game. I want to build a universe. I want to build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't have the tools to do it. One that you can fly off a carrier fighting a heroic war on the front lines, but also one
I wonder if he mortgaged his house to make this video.
In the stars wherever your spaceship takes you. I want to be able to share this experience with my friends and fight against real opponents in space, not just AI. And I want this to be as good or better than any other game out there. And I want to actively push the boundaries of what you can do in a game. None of this would have been even possible 2 years ago. But with Moore's Law driving PC performance and cost and the gaming community...
Moore's Law? Ah, now you gotta drink.
Crowdfunding, I believe it is possible today. I've never been accused of...
You gotta drink every time he mentions Moore's
So I thought
Law.
it was best if I share my ambition with you visually. I'm pretty excited by how it's joined out. So why don't you come join me for a sneak peek? 10 years ago, I stepped out onto a stage at GDC Online in Austin, Texas, and revealed Star Citizen to the world. We broke all records in crowdfunding, helped start a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive virtual universe ever conceived. I did say that I'd never been accused of having a small vision all those years ago. Every year since then, we have celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed CitizenCon, a celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk and not as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe with Star Citizen Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015.
That's okay.
The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017, which allowed players to first step
that's tough.
fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the Stanton system from ArcCorp to Microtech and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Horizon last year. Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This compares with just under 10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year. But the most amazing
32,000 last year and 130,000.
Logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes, 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work, the development, and our online teams.
It doesn't immediately 30k.
To make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state, more performant and stable than it's ever been, and the increasing amount of features and content that are available, making for viable daily gameplay, even in Star Citizen's alpha state. Cloud Imperium Games has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming this show from.
Huzzah.
All of this is down to your patience and support.
Let's put another win for the new studio.
Of Star Citizen, as it is conceived today, that allows us to seamlessly go anywhere from inside to outside, from space to planet, with no loading screens, all with millimeter detail.
With the loading screens again. Fucking hell.
Interactable with thousands of players online together. The visual quality of the biggest AAA games is perhaps the most ambitious goal that has ever been set off towards in gaming.
That's fine. That's fine.
Humbled and thankful of being in the position of chasing my dream to build a truly immersive universe. And it has only been possible by building it outside the traditional publisher system, with a direct relationship to our secret source, you, our community. The strength of the Star Citizen community is a real unwritten headline to our longevity.
Yeah, I'm so amazing.
The friends people have made along the way, the events organized inside the game,
I'm fucking awesome.
By the various orgs. This year, we've had 140 Bar Citizen events put on around the world, with some of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and Florida. The Chinese Bar Citizen had over 300 attendees and a 5-meter-long 3D printed model of the Retribution super battleship from Squadron 42 built by the local community. Hopefully, next year we can return to an in-person CitizenCon, and I and the rest of the team at CIG will have the chance to spend some time with you in person. But for now, let's get the show on the road. 10 years ago, the ship I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to need a bigger ship. I present to you the only constant. You may have thought it was green screen, but we need something a little bigger for where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game in the future. Here's a dedication plaque. The only constant in game development is change. Constellation Phoenix, my favorite ship. Prototype by Roberts Space Industries, commissioned from London Shipyards, Earth, Sol 3. Launched October 2952, Manchester Starport. Captain Jared Huckabee? Jared? That wasn't the deal. You wanted to be the captain of the ship.
I sent an email.
Oh, that must have gone in my junk folder.
Take a seat.
Okay, well, it's not bad. It's quite a nice little setup here, isn't it?
Look at it. The spaceship.
I know, I had to do something to get you over to the UK.
Yeah, spaceship.
He knows what I like. So what do you have?
Well, let's do a science fiction drink. Can you do a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster?
Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster. No, I can do this really dry martini that we had.
No, mine picture.
Wow. Hey, it's our first show. We gotta start small.
Look at that.
Hey, we'll get better. So what do we just do?
Well, the past 10 years and the future, the next 10 years and beyond, and the community.
Oh, we did that. There we go.
Let's drink to this. The community. Huzzah.
We didn't even plan that. Oh, right.
Wow.
All right. So
that is strong.
Jared, the knife is on the table. The knife is on the table. Kill him. Kill him.
It's a bit blingy. I mean, you do look like you're a Knight of the Roxbury.
Yeah. Roxbury.
Twinsies. I'm not going to be a twinsy with you. No. Let me check the rest of the set out. It looks good on you.
That was good comic panning. Comic panning. You can't teach
cool
that.
Artifacts. You got this Hadician artifact. There's a bunch of stuff here. That's really cool. The CitizenCon trophy. Wow. That's brilliant.
Yeah, well, Dave had to hook me up. You're going to sit in my chair.
I am. It's a very
I don't
nice
like
chair.
this set.
Desk. You got a bubble head.
It's too
It's a
bright.
great place to interview people from. What's it like sitting over there?
I'm getting a newfound appreciation for how awkward it is on this side. So what do you think? We should.
What is it with Americans and baggy blue jeans? They love baggy blue jeans, man.
Is Planetary Pyro with our good friend Maximilian Kailish from our Frankfurt studio. He's going to take you on a tour of 6 of the neat locations coming in the upcoming Pyro system, the first of our journey to 4.0.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
Take it away, Max.
We're going back to Pyro.
It's a very nice chair. We'll talk about it.
My name's Max. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team today. I'm a senior environment artist, and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on.
He's very
in
handsome.
the last 2 years.
He looks like someone who would put you in your basement. He would put you in his basement.
So I have Pyro 1 open already. It's live in engine. This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still going to.
It's got clouds. That's good. Hype for clouds.
Done, but we still wanted to show you what we have so far. So the idea behind Pyro 1 is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on, so we had to make do with what we
Take your time.
use. So
Take your
it's
time.
not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue coming in. Yeah, as you can see, Pyro 1 already has some volumetric clouds. Not all of the Pyro planets have their volumetric clouds yet.
Oh,
so let's jump to one of the blue spots on the planet. I just tweaked like the sun position a little bit to make it look a bit nicer.
That's fine.
And then you can see why it's blue.
Why is it blue?
Like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1. We've used crystals before on Wala, but I think we were a bit too... we played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put like crystals as ground cover assets. But for Pyro 1, we really wanted to push the shapes. So you can find like these really large crystals here.
Yeah.
Heisenberg would be really happy here.
Okay, nice.
Okay, then another interesting thing to highlight here, plans over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago.
What do they look
They
like?
were supposed to be part of like a mission in.
They look like some enemy
on
from
a space station.
Mario Sunshine.
The mission was scrapped, unfortunately, and ever since then, this asset set has just been sitting in our like vault.
What a
it's really
fat
cool plan set, and I'm happy that we
plant.
finally found a spot to use them. So this is
That looks
another
terrible.
spot I want to highlight. It's also important for us that we do add
That
something
looks cool.
memorable to each planet. In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really intimidating. We try to push the scale of the assets for the Pyro system. We felt like by now we got like the
I like this
basic
thing in the
rocks
background.
and the scattering of
Do
the
you see
basic
this?
rocks to like a very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made.
This thing
it's
here.
not done yet. It still
That's a
needs
crazy
polish
shape too.
glass, but I wanted to show you guys what it feels
I want to see
like
more like
when
these kind of
we're
rock
in-game
formations. That's what I want to see.
walking around here. Now I want to show you my personal favorite biome of Pyro 1. It's this biome here.
Yeah, these things,
which
these are
has
weird.
these really cool looking rock formations. They are massive in scale. Like if I jump in game here, you get a good
Yeah,
feel
right.
for the scale of them. Yeah, it's
You-
possible to land your
But I-
spaceship on them.
Really? That's cool. It looks like its wind has corroded it as well. It looks really natural formation. I like it.
Imagine that this is going to be like a nice combat space as well, because they do provide nice cover. Let's just jump to a couple different areas.
Should I put a win for that? Win for like the Death Star rock? Yeah, what? I like that. It's on Pyro 2. Let's have a look.
So now we're on Pyro 2. In comparison to Pyro 1, you can immediately see the planet is like way more colorful. There's more variation in the use and values of the colors. We have like
I wish they would hype the colors more in planets,
like
to be honest.
bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean. So Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be
Boo.
there. So now I jump to
Really? Okay.
one of the biomes of Pyro 2. What I want to highlight here is the improvements that we made to how acids spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was always quite challenging for us to do, to have some natural transition from the terrain to the geometry, and then also have like the rocks form in a natural way.
I like it. Looks
now
nice.
We
Looks good.
can make nicer rock formations. It's not quite there yet. There are still improvements planned for it, but I think in comparison to what we had before, this is a big step forward.
What would have
Also,
Pyro
what
looked
you
like
might
when
see
if it came out
is
in 2020?
The drawing distance of acids has been greatly improved. So everything you
Thank
see
you.
here in the distance is actual geometry. So if we were to fly all the way over there, you will see that this is yeah, like cliff formations. And I
Yep,
think it looks
okay.
really cool, like the silhouette of the terrain. Yeah, let's fly through the canyons. Yeah, I would do this in a spaceship, but I'm horrible at flying, so I'm just going to use the camera in editor. So now I jumped ahead to a really cool biome on Pyro 2. It's simple,
Cool.
but I think sometimes less is more. In this case,
Really cool
what sets
biome.
this biome apart from
Man,
the
it's
rest
go
of
crazy.
the planet is that we
Go
added
crazy with it.
these calcified
Loosen up a
trees,
bit more.
and they spawn
This is a
in
gripe.
very dense clusters. So you almost get like little forests of them. So it's supposed
I mean, it
to
looks
look
good. I like
very
it.
dry
But
and kind of
I want more
dense,
vibrant
but
colors,
still,
more
in
madness.
a pretty way. Okay, if we look at it from this
Palette is
angle,
too
what I really like
plain.
about this biome is the contrast that you have here on the terrain. It's pale, it's dry, but then in the background you have like the nice clear blue ocean. So this is one of the red areas on Pyro 2.
Like it. I like it. More
kind of
colorful.
like a sandy desert, but we try to add like a lot of different geology assets, different mixes of
Or just different
bushes
kinds of
and
deserts,
grasses.
really.
So it's not like a dead desert, but it feels kind of lively.
I like this.
You
It
find,
feels more
like, lots of
Australian.
foliage here.
Australian
We
kind
have,
of
like these cliffs in the background,
ochre.
which are pretty dark, and it's another nice contrast of this planet, where you have like the saturated red terrain and the dark bedrock. So jumping to this point here, what I want to highlight is the improvements that we made to our ground textures. So previously, like 2-3 years ago, we had to rely a lot on ground cover acids to add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us. But ever since we got terrain displacement, we get like really nice shapes just from the textures alone. And then if you combine it with ground cover acids, yeah, the result is really successful, how things blend together and the
Looks
amount
good.
of detail that you see
Looks
on
good.
the ground. So now we're on Pyro 3. You saw some of it during last year's keynote demo, but I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the accent color of Pyro 3.
I love it. I love it.
So
Love
from
this
distance,
color.
you can see through the volumetric clouds like a lot of the yellow coming through. We talked about what's making it look yellow, which is the moss, and I want to like jump down to the planet surface and show you the amount of detail that you will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now. I'm just going to jump in game. A lot of time and effort was spent on making the moss look just right. So like
Moss?
the right level of fluffiness.
Moss?
And
Moss
density.
hype?
So it looks
Are we here for
really
moss
nice
hype?
when it like covers these rocks. And then we also have like lots of smaller moss on the ground. We combine it with like yellow grass. And it makes for like a really interesting biome. So it was really important for us to make this biome look really dense. So we pushed the amount of acids that we're using. So it's basically completely covered in foliage. Compared to Hurston, for example, Hurston and Microtech, which are probably our densest planets when it comes to foliage, this is way denser. The good thing is that we don't have any trees here, so all the budget we can use on ground cover, on grass. Now we jump to a Pyro coast biome. The improvements we got to the coast biomes is that we can now use a OPR override for every single biome. Previously, we could only use one global override per planet.
I like these
which,
waves.
as you can imagine, is not enough when you have something like Stanton 4, where you have snowy regions and the spruce tree regions, and one object preset just can't cover every coast. We added these coral, like coral geology set to have some of the yellow also along the coast. So you see here, we always have like a little bit of yellow coming through and eventually it transitions into the nice mossy areas. Previously, when we made coast object presets, we played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 asset sets. But due to the fact that we can
Now they're getting wild. Now they're getting crazy with it.
You can find different kinds of coral, seaweed, different pebbles and rocks, and other stuff. Now I jump to one of the volcanic regions on Pyro 3. You might not expect to find vegetation here, but we did add a little bit of vegetation to this region
Lava river.
to make it a bit more
Come on, come on.
What I want to highlight here is the quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation. So this is one of my favorite new vegetation sets that we created.
Is it?
You can see the amount of detail on display. Here we have like nice little flowers and these like knots or whatever, like pots.
It's very good.
Just, like,
It's very
really
nice.
cool asset set. So when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered all around, just to make the area like a little
Lava river,
Before we
lava
move on, let's
river.
jump around to a couple more places.
River. That looks amazing. That looks great. Very nice, very nice. I like this. The contrast in colors, bright colors that contrast against each other. That's what you need.
Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will look amazing once.
Those are the
comes out.
clouds?
So let's focus on the terrain shapes. We created some
Those are
of
the
these
clouds.
terrain shapes special for Pyro 4. Because it's
I've already
mostly
negged the
inspired by,
clouds
like,
because I
Scottish
can't do it again.
Highlands. So there's not a lot of like verticality, not a lot of trees. So
That's okay.
everything is kind
That's
of
okay.
coming from the terrain and from the smaller assets that we scatter on the terrain geometry. So jumping in game, and then you can see the amount of ground cover assets on display, the variation.
I mean,
in
why would
color,
you want
but
to
it's all
investigate
grounded by
these
like,
areas?
the color of the soil, and it just looks like we have multiple new vegetation sets on display here. So first of all,
Why
we
would
have
you want to go
this,
here?
bush set here, which is called I think it's called a fire stalk, which, yeah, it's kind of like a modified version of the real world thing. They add like a little bit of color to the area and make things pop. Then we have these ones here. I forgot the name of the asset set. Yeah, they also look quite saturated and interesting. We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. if you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones, the geometry count is way higher. The texture resolution
It looks terrible.
is a bit higher, and they
That
just
tree looks
look
terrible.
more polished and nicer, which means that eventually we have to go back to Hurston, to Microtech, and give
to get the trees to this level.
Makeover. So what was really
All right,
important for us was
tree
to
fail.
improve the blending between different biomes. So you see here, these are two fairly simple biomes. There's a clear distinction between them, but the transition still feels very natural. So
Looks
if you go
fine.
down here,
Totally
you have,
fine.
like the red grass, and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural.
It's
Let's
like
jump
two
to the most
miserable
experimental
scenes
biome that we've
blending perfectly.
So for this biome here,
This
the
is
concept
great.
art team gave us
This looks good.
some really interesting concept art, because this is easily some of the biggest rock formations that we have in the game.
Yeah, interesting.
Actually,
That's the
let me
key word.
try to
Interesting.
Fly a ship, so you can see the scale of them. So they're massive in scale, and what was the hardest part about getting these to look right is that they're supposed to look really good from a distance, because you would expect something this big, yeah,
Fly
to be
through it,
visible
fly
almost
through
from
it.
space.
Fly through
But
it.
then the tricky thing is also to make them look good when you're standing up close to them.
That looks
Let me
sick.
jump
I love
in
it.
game so you see how big these rocks
He didn't fly through
actually
it.
are. So they are massive.
That's
in
nuts.
scale.
That's cool.
You can probably land your spaceship on them and
Can you fly
walk on
under them?
And they make you feel like
Fly through that hole. Fly through the hole.
it's a really good visual that you have these like dark gray rocks against the crimson.
I love it. I
the soil
love
and
this
the
crimson.
grass.
I love it.
So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric clouds covering the terrain, and
That's
because
good.
the height map, the difference in height is so large, we actually get like shapes of the terrain poking out of
Okay.
the volumetric clouds.
Win
You
for the
can probably
visuals,
spot some of
fails
the
for not
tiling issues that we
flying
have
through
here,
the hole.
which is something that we still need to look at. But like I said before, this is still work in progress, so it's gonna change a bit. Because I mentioned biome diversity along the coasts before, I just
Man,
wanted
I
to
kind of want to
highlight
give a
what
win
one
for
of
the waves. I really like
coastlines
these
Pyro
waves.
4 looks like. So this one is kind of this wet sand.
Yeah, I like this. I like
scattered
this.
some
Yeah.
of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles, and then we also get like nice seaweed moving with the waves
Yeah,
of the
it's
ocean.
nice.
One interesting
I like
thing
it.
on
I
Pyro
like it.
4 is that we
It's a
have
win.
a massive crater region. On other planets we have individual craters which are a whole height map, or like 3-4 smaller craters on one height map, but this is actually multiple height maps forming one large crater, and you can see it all the way out in space.
Wow.
Like
A
this
point of
one is
interest.
one
Oh
big
my god.
crater, so
Star
it's a mix of,
Citizen.
like, the
You made a
global
point of
displacement,
interest. Wow.
texture, and then the height maps of the ecosystems spawning on top, plus the volumetric clouds make it look really epic here. Now we've flown down to the surface of the crater.
That
We
looks
wanted
sick.
this to feel very, yes, spooky and grim and kind of dark. So we have these dark fantasy forest-looking trees.
I like it.
Which look kind of creepy. Then we bring some of the red grass back from the previous biome. If we go down to the surface of the crater, you can see that we added this dark forest looking tree set, some creepy shapes, some
I like it.
moist looking ground cover acids, and this whole area is supposed to make you feel a bit uneasy. It's supposed to be hostile, and it's not safe without your suit on. So far,
Okay.
we looked at 4 of the Pyro planets.
God, he looks like a serial killer. He looks like a serial killer.
This one is Pyro 5C. Similar
What's-
to Pyro 4, you can see that it has a landmark
I love
which
it.
you can see from space. In this case,
I love
it's not a
point of
crater,
interest
but it's
on planets.
like
I
a
love
long
this. I love
streak
that.
of slick obsidian. So let's fly down to the surface of the streak and have a look.
Can I pause this and take a piss?
From up close. Again, we start with like the global height map where there's like
it just looks fucking great. That looks great.
Then it goes down to form the crack, and then we.
I don't want much. I just want colors. I want vibrancy, contrast.
Height maps on top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start with like flatland shapes, some smaller craters, and then it transitions into like these quite spiky looking mountain formations. And then down here, they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes smooth down here. And if we jump to this point, which is a really cool spot because like the sun just hits the obsidian in the right way.
Perfect.
Everything looks
Perfect.
Nice and shiny.
Perfect.
You can see here that the
Obsidian
ground is
hype.
quite different from other planets. So instead of soil, it almost looks artificial in a way. Acid-wise, we're
That's
using
great.
one of our
Very, very good.
obsidian sets that you can also find on Stanton
That's
4.
fantastic. This is fantastic.
This one got a bit of an update, a bit of polish. So we improved the shapes, different textures, just to make it look extra cool, like the way the sunlight
it looks
hits,
extra
these
cool.
surfaces. To make this area a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white, light gray shrubs, just so the area doesn't feel too samey, and it's always nice to have like the occasional pocket of vegetation. To set the obsidian biome apart from the rest of the planet, we went with the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being shiny and slick, they are.
I like this less, of course.
Dry, covered in dry sand. The vegetation is dry. We added some of these spiky.
I do like the height. Yeah, the
some
spiky shapes I like.
To the scattering. But yeah,
So you're gonna have a contrast in colors or
this is what you will find on
tone,
the most of the time.
but you can also have contrast in shapes or
To
sizes.
show some of the subtle color that we added to Pyro 5C. So the
I don't mind
obsidian
this.
pack is
I
like
think this is also
kind of
fine.
Just dark gray, black. The desert.
Because moving away from grays, the grays are killing me.
This needed a bit of a color breakup, so we added some of these red hues to the occasional biome. It's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks from the
No, I like this.
simulation,
I like this.
and it looks
This
really
is
nice
good.
how the red creeps up into the crevices of the height maps in the background.
I hate it when the red creeps up into my crevice. I just don't like it.
Our showcase today on Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting color palette. Like, I really like the yellows and the pale beige
It's all grey.
tones of the terrain. And then you have another blue ocean. As you can see, the terrain is kind of ridden by craters. And we get these really cool shapes where the ocean fills in those craters. If we jump all the way down to the edge of one of those craters, so now we're at the edge of one of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here. You can see that we added some dramatic looking coral shapes, and eventually
What even are those things?
one of those craters that's filled.
What is going on here?
We have a couple of
How is
floating
that thing
meshes here on the
standing?
left. This is still work in progress. So,
Okay.
one of us, probably me, has to go in and adjust the settings of the spawning here, and then we're right at the edge.
Sitting on nothing.
And I really like the color
That
of the water.
looks really nice.
and
The
how it
water
against
looks
the
nice.
backdrop of the white chalky terrain. Then over here.
All right, let's neg the terrain and win for the sea.
Mesh. His name is Rüdiger.
Nice to meet you.
Super helpful when we set up object presets, because you can immediately see how the scale of assets feel when you have him in situation. Like, he adds context to the scene. He spawns every time that object preset spawns, and yeah, he helps us find the right.
It's like some creepy automaton
when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them. And it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground. Then occasionally we spawn some of these spider looking ground cover meshes. So this spot here is really nice because you get like the particles, the monochromatic terrain, the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the pyro system,
monochromatic
red. Then we get like some really cool looking sunbeams coming through the volumetric clouds here.
It's not really doing it for me, to be honest.
And then if I turn the sun and we make this dark and I jump in game, you can see how drastically the skybox impacts the lighting.
Okay.
When you're on the dark side of the planet, and the skybox is just, yeah, it looks really good. So this is
really
the
good
skybox for the entire pyro system. So you will see it on every single pyro planet. It's just that Pyro 6 has like a very thin atmosphere, so you see it well here.
It looks nice. A win for the skybox.
I'm happy to have had this opportunity to
It looks like a serial killer.
In the last 2 years.
I'm happy to end up in your basement, my friend.
You guys explore the pyro system for the first time, to hear your feedback. There's still work that we have to do.
Take your time. Take your time.
Are even more excited than before after seeing what I showed you today.
I'm a little bit more excited, yes. Looks okay. I like these rocks. I don't know why I like these rocks, but you know, I like the rocks. I like these. I like this. This reminds me of the American, like Arizona desert. I like these. I love this. I love this red earth. Reminds me of Australia. I like the moss. The plants are fine. The plants were never a problem in Star Citizen. Plants have always been good. These oceans look better than anything that are in game at the moment. It's all about biomes, isn't it? I want to explore these kind of areas, of course, but I want to explore cities as well. Really dense, complex cities. I mean, this looks great. I mean, they've done an amazing job, but like my whole title of my stream, the thumbnail and title, is about like sarcasm and cynicism, because we were shown Pyro last year And now here it is a year later, and there's no pyro. So it's like all of these showreels. It's like, look at this amazing stuff that might happen, but it doesn't happen for years. I hope that I can visit these places next year. What happened? Be careful, sweetheart.
Yes, he's a game developer.
Maybe this is the time I get ice. I'm gonna get some ice now.
He was like 15 anyway.
I have to get some ice, sweetheart.
And he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back in the building. Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah,
I'll be
just
back.
Keep him out of the building, because he sat in my chair. All right, thanks. When are we live? Hi, welcome back to CitizenCon 2952. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and yeah, welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts. Hey, how you doing, guys?
Not too bad.
You were looking at me, and you thought I was going to forget it because I couldn't remember it.
That's right.
During the thing. I'm not good with titles.
I know.
I've had 6 of my own, and my job hasn't changed. I can't. So.
What are you doing?
That's what I was going to be. Welcome to the spaceship, guys. How you doing?
Oh, it's just like the first interview.
We have been talking about this, dreaming about this, and just imagining doing this.
My daughter stole my seat.
Every time we talked about changing the stuff up and whatnot, like what should we do? And it was always like, we should build a spaceship. You should build a spaceship. It's always like, yeah, someday. But
they did it.
No, it's cool. It's way cool.
I'm sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with.
Jared's space. Jared's got a space.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952. A brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system. You two recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us and actually a great experience in terms of learning a lot about the community over there and what they would like and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on and really enjoyed it.
So you went to Asia, but you didn't come to Japan.
In the events everywhere we went, and so it was really good and really educational for me actually.
Yeah, same. We first went to Korea. Had a nice bar citizen out there, hung out with people.
Man, do I live in the wrong country?
Great food, great fun stories. While we were in Korea,
fail for not coming to Japan.
China bar citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were there.
That made it more interesting.
Yeah.
Can I have my seat back?
We couldn't hear them and so on, so they were typing.
Can I have my seat back?
But the banter was great.
Wow.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
Singapore.
So we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today. I don't know. I was going to say nothing in here is actually wood.
So we're talking about the community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea. Yeah, we'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you. I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll, but the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
That's cool.
Oh yeah,
which is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
Okay. A win for the Korean community, even though I am jealous that they didn't come to Japan.
So I can move this over here and get it here, Brian. I'm going to hand this to you.
Can I have my seat back?
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there.
No, the answer is still no.
That's great.
I got the string in the right. Yeah. Incredibly cool.
All right, now give it back to the
Yeah.
Give it to me.
I'll mess it
up. And then from Singapore, really cool.
Then we jumped over to Singapore, and while we were there, this is one we'll also have to.
All the everybody at the event signed this awesome.
Let me get this strong here. You grab one side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
Clearly.
We got everybody's signature.
Origin is the best ship. 600i. I'm not a fan of the 600i, but
And then
I
there's
am a
other
fan
stuff in
of
there
the
you can pull
100i.
out if you want.
It's all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a bar citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a complete
Always be shilling.
backer-run
Always be shilling.
organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of Star Citizens all around the world, including most recently
Hey, Serena.
Singapore and
Can I have my
China
seat back?
and South Korea. I know
No,
I think there's one,
still
there was
no.
one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the community, and it is a, what is that? Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's like, it's metal.
It's proper, yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, I'm going to leave that out. And there's some other challenge coins and stuff. We will go through this on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
I know who our viewers are.
No, it's all
before we
right.
do move on to the
Take
next
your
thing,
time.
Brian, Aaron, it is our
Sichan, I have an idea.
Our 10th anniversary.
Give me back my seat.
10. It's
Yeah,
10
that's
something.
crazy.
There was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary, because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is, it's 10.
10 years!
You got any favorite memories? Something? I don't know how long we're going to keep you here, so I want to use you when I got you here. On the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years, just about 8 years, right? So a fair amount of the 10. The first one that comes to my mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016 at CitizenCon in Los Angeles. Okay. Very first CitizenCon I'd ever been to.
Watching
really
this.
Hadn't interacted face to face with the community that much. We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat on the floor in between all the rows with all the backers. And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody because at this point,
Sandworm! Oh my god, don't talk about the sandworm!
People see the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never forget. It was something, you're at that level, you're feeling the love from them, the excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working at companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off.
You gotta give a win.
And it was my first
for the love,
basically
right?
interaction with community on a face-to-face basis. It was really cool.
Very cool. I was there at that time. I'm pretty sure we were sitting on the floor together at one point or another.
Probably, yes.
Aaron.
Did that work? I'm going to give a win for that.
The thing
I'm always going to give a win for love. Hey, Serena, can I have my seat back?
The last couple of years, for obvious reasons, is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and find.
Okay, now,
I like to go
for me
out
to
and
have my
see
seat back.
everybody and just sit there and watch the whole, watch the
Yes,
event and watch everybody's
yes.
reactions to it.
It's my seat.
Which is always a lot of fun, and
It's
the other thing
my
about it is
seat.
just that I've
Whose
made,
seat?
so many actually good friends.
No,
with people in the community
it's my
and so forth,
seat.
meet people. There's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to see it again, and all this sort of, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that.
This is
But
outrageous.
The ability just to be there with everybody and to see the
Can I put that as a
reaction and have
fail?
those
I lost my
conversations
seat. Great. Can I have my seat back?
It'd be too hard for me to pull, one event. I mean, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, but really in terms of the general thing, it's really that ability to be amongst everybody and see that.
I even think of overall just the journey we've been on in making this project, right? When I started in
I'm gonna take a
Frankfurt
piss.
with a handful of other people in Germany, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right. And then
we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right, what is
the
Star
event
Citizen?
after that where he basically was working so late he got locked in Cologne?
Yes.
He couldn't leave. he basically got locked in, and so he basically had to sleep in the stage stuff like that. But no, it's just like lots of. I mean, it is all that kind of stuff. There's
Yeah.
so many stories. There's so many times I've met people, and just all the events. It's been fantastic.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
Yeah, he's good
Here at LCG. We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard event to manage, and sitting with him on that last day, he and I, everybody's off partying. We've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down, and it was along with a bunch of other crew. And he just sits there and he goes, "Dude, I don't know if I can do this next year." I'm like, "There's nobody else to do it except us, dude." He goes, "Oh, no, I'm going to take PTO next year." I'm like, "You are not going to take PTO next year." And the next year, he had 2 weeks, like before and after Gamescom blocked off, and I'm like, "You took PTO?" He goes, "I told you." I'm like, "You're my hero. You actually, and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just, yeah, it's there are a lot of stories. I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd will answer this question later on. That's enough chit chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation, design brief. Investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest states. Tell us what you're just thinking about, not necessarily the next thing or the thing after. Like,
but I need a seat. Where's my seat?
Earliest design stuff for how a thing might work.
Can I sit here?
Everything you're about to see.
Well, there you go. I can't sit there, so I need an seat.
Today to the point where it makes the game. But we wanted to open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby, who are going to discuss an entirely new kind of mission.
My wife's
Not a
seat.
new mission, an entirely new scope and type and design of missions that
This seat is too big for me.
From combat and
too small.
And go more.
I'm too big for this seat.
Cerebral deduction and investigation. So here we are, design brief.
All right, this is what we want to hear about. We want to hear about investigation missions because that's my new favorite thing.
Hi, my name's Elliot Maltby. I'm a principal systems designer. I work with Luke Presley on the mission feature team. I'm here today to talk about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
So this is an early look, a new mission type, and usually we don't give you a look this early. It's because we don't have the nice shiny visuals.
But people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
Thank you. A win for letting me see.
So a mission is built out of objective types, and the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone. And
Okay, Mama.
missions, which is go there and kill a, destroy a ship.
Mama. Both kind of boring. PvE stuff is boring.
The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person or pick up a box or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way we do our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
Okay.
Say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item.
Yep.
And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. Kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation.
Yep. This is what I'm interested in.
Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does
the third time they've said this.
Cargo hauler, We want to make them feel like a detective as a new
Yes!
group, you know.
This is what I want.
Constantly, we're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players with the investigation mission.
Hype for detective.
Detective, that they feel like they're collecting
Detective hype.
that will ultimately answer the question that has been posed to them, and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings and like choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to have to look around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue and make sure you fully understand it before you make your decision as the detective.
And there'll also be red herrings thrown in there, so evidence will really have to be like poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, like really dig into, like why has this derelict become a derelict? Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or why has this cargo gone missing? At the core of this mission, we're really asking the player to use their brain rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide exactly what has happened here.
But I'm rubbish.
And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right, you might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that.
All right.
So the next stage in this whole process is building a pitch. You know, we have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony, and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all of our visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with two. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it's being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his like work itinerary.
Sounding kind of Sea of Thievesy
crossed off until
to me.
And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your
spoiler.
Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery.
I like this one.
The way we do this is we scatter evidence around the location and clues that lead you to that evidence. And obviously there can be red herrings in there.
This is the one that's. This is like the one that's in the game already.
Answer up to a credible state, which might still be the wrong answer but you can complete the mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a little more, maybe found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, like, you know, I did it kind of thing, that would get you like the bonus for the mission. And both
Right, and it should be different pay levels.
The simple pitch,
depending on how far you go.
See, like, how easy it was to scale, and it involved less complex narrative work. But we ultimately decided to go for the second because we liked the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when they were done.
But you burn those missions, so you do them once, or you see a tutorial online, they burn.
Which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission, and we need to ensure that it's scalable. and the other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we could make it like a mystery happen in the most restricted location we have, which was like a derelict. So this kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations.
I guess if you look it up before you do it, you're kind of dumb. You're a kind of dumb person.
Retrieval interactions that we currently have, for instance, like you can kill a guy and get information off him. You can find a corpse, get information off it. You can loot a box, get information off it. And then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information, like off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people, and we're looking
That's
at
cool.
being able to like find the
That's cool.
inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things.
Win for the med gun.
The story. The investigation will
That's a win.
die by its story. So we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point, we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way. You know, keypad locked doors, enemies, like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on everything. Like, it is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves, and
I dig it.
finding the answers.
I dig it. I'm
We
definitely
want you
into
to
it.
still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI designer on the new mobiGlass, which should really help with this.
They had to slip in the mobiGlass mention.
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject a lot more story into the persistent universe.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it.
That's okay. We're not going to hold you to anything. Don't worry. We're used to this. We're used to this. We're not going to hold you to anything.
Focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking
I'm
about
excited.
this again in the future.
I'm excited. I'm real excited. All right, that was investigations, I guess.
And that was Design Brief Investigations. Joining us here, and the only constant to follow up on that, is Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy. And
Hey!
Star Citizen Narrative Director, Mr. Dave Haddock.
These boys. I know these boys.
These missions. We've got combat missions. We've got, calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the Persistent Universe. What can you add to what's being said? How does this work, Dave? What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, it's again, we're still trying to figure out. It's a really.
I don't like the set. I love the bar.
Because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story, and so, but because we need to populate the universe, like it's presenting a really interesting challenge of how do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific. So it's a really unique challenge to try and navigate those waters and tell something that's satisfying and again kind of a new style of gameplay to engage people in a much more non-combat specific way that lets them kind of take advantage of all of our systems and just kind of explore and get to be these kind of detectives.
Well, and ideally it's something that you can't always notice or always be like, okay, it's Colonel Mustard with the
lead pipe.
With the lead pipe, or so we want to make sure that it feels unique, to the area and interesting. So it's like Dave said, I think it is going to be a big challenge for us to figure it out.
And the fun thing about it too is this is a type of mission where we don't.
You got to drink when they say challenge.
Knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was creating a system where
the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting a lot of cool, unique opportunities. Of you think it may be going one way, but there might be a key piece of evidence that you've missed that completely blows the case open.
I know we often refer to the Precision Universe as the sandbox, and I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Precision Universe.
That's right.
So it is our 10th anniversary. So I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like what are you thinking right now? Like I can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
All right. Hype for his eyes. Tom Pappy's eyes. Todd Pappy's eyes.
At least for me,
his beautiful eyes. Beautiful eyes.
At least one of the sitcoms. I know Brian mentions like the Homestead demo, but I think even just getting 3.0 out the door, like that was such a arduous process, and climbing up that hill was
now it's 4.0,
a difficult one, but to finally get that out and you see people's reactions. And
do you remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community based on Chris Roberts' feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. We are in the global go, no go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything, we're ready to go? And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking in these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this thing. And then it was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean,
that was a good memory. That was a good story. I like it.
Two kind of distinct areas. There's actually it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris after, at that point I'd been on it for a couple of months, of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff was definitely, the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was really, actually it was the 2015, like the PCAP shoot, just to be able to work with that cast. The crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real engaging. I mean, it was a three-month shoot, right?
Yeah, I think it was 3. Yeah, that's one that stands out for me huge as well.
That was.
I mean, the
really
cast
fun.
that was there and how you dealt with them on a daily basis and the passion that they had into the script, and it was so cool.
Yeah, and it was these sort of fun, weird things of there was a song that came about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released.
Okay.
Okay. Sort of the theme song of the entire shoot, which was amazing. So
Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So I don't know what that means so much, but just letting you know.
All right, bring it back to me. All right. So thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where we explore what you think you know about underground facilities and then explode them in a whole new way. So check that out.
Wait, what are we explaining?
Hello, I'm Ian Leyland. I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about underground facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover is how we're
Are we
going to
hyped
take
about
one
this?
of the
I don't know.
locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started.
I got my popcorn.
Let's talk about the original underground facilities. Now, the problem was we made these originally for the CitizenCon presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, you know, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location.
Wow, that's a lot.
So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like. So dominant features that we're seeing here is a kind of a key spire. This is instantly where your player, you should be able to navigate towards. This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top.
So they're talking about like working on bunker missions, like extending bunker missions.
Quite close to the facility because we wanted that experience as the player lands. They're not far off from the location. They're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, you know, processing and tanks and supplies actually on the landscape there. Now, what I was saying before about it being a kind of a much braver...
That was a JPEG, by the way.
...landscape. So we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, and tertiary ways for the player to get into
Thank God.
these locations, depending on the
Thank win for tertiary entrances.
executive pads at the top, got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below. Now moving on to the inside, so after the players landed through the hangars, they'll be brought
Nice.
up into the main corporate reception. Now
This
these
is
are gonna be
also
quite
just a
interesting
picture?
because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate presence before the player would go down into the bowels of the facility. And what we're seeing here is, you know, just an example of what a bearing reception could feel like. Now moving into Zone 2, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down, and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the transit, the elevator network. So we played around with a few different ideas into this, and one of the things that we thought could be quite interesting
It's
is
the third picture.
the elevator itself could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room idea quite early, what sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now ultimately we didn't go with this idea. It was, didn't really fit the art style that we wanted, but it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here
This is the fourth picture.
something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now it's worth noting we're designing these as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style. In the future, we'll expand out and do other art style variants. So what we're seeing here is the control room overlooking the main warehouse floor, and then this elevator should be big and clear enough for the player to understand, like that's where logistics will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space. So on the top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down.
Very Akira.
Underneath it, there could be little nooks and crannies. If we wanted to stealth into the location, we'd be able to give opportunities for the player there. And down below, this is what the player would kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the bowels of the facility. So echoing of that control room down below, but also this is where we'll present the player with an opportunity to choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargo's to the left, maybe processing to the right, or maybe technicals up above. Part of that process of how we design is we look at things about from the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible. Moving on to zone 3, so this is the bowels of the
What do you
facility.
do
So
in
these
these
are going to be
facilities?
spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential, but here we're going for something completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose is not for you to be walking around, so we dedicated spaces towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where, you know, big trucks could kind of go, but we've also got like little nooks and crannies for the player to kind of explore and go into. Now, as it being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles, right? So here we're seeing the mule kind of coming and going on one of these walkways. You know, maybe there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction.
Verticality, you got to think about verticality, man.
Vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. You know, maybe if, as a player, you're trying to steal some cargo out.
Am I the only one not jazzed about gameplay puzzles?
In that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from.
I mean, they're good if they're good,
aircraft
but they're almost never good.
How you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly. We thought this would already give tons of opportunity for not only cool visuals, but also ways in which you can reveal extra traversal opportunities. So as that cargo deck goes down, you'd see other ways to kind of traverse through into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is kind of an example.
So just pictures. It's just pictures.
Corridors in our game are quite important to us, but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now, with this being subterranean, we wanted to always imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down. So this radial motif is the best load bearing. So as a design language, instantly was feeling quite right. So in this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go. Split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool for FPS combat, you know, for opportunities there. And then leading in, underneath, you're kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be this maybe is stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above,
everything has to be scalable. Everything has to be scalable for like 100 star systems, by the way.
Underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it. Maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but it also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. You know, also inside here, you know, there could be tea rooms or break rooms or offices. So again, we're trying to break the rhythm of traversal, so the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also from one theme to another theme. And what that will hopefully do is create a really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view to kind of explain how that process. So on the left, we've come in from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well. So this is how, again, we're going to try and
Many routes. There are many routes.
As a traversal motif in mind. Now going from a large corridor set to what we're considering here medium or small. So these are the tertiary networks that will link into the primary traversal route. So these again will be continuing the radial motif that we've been seeing, and these would take the player and connect into the main spaces. Now from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now as the player's traversing through, we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now what we're seeing here is an example of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want
industry
to
is a theme.
Specific. Just so in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example processing room, but there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom level, there's a network of levels which
can you jump from here?
Dedicated towards processing, you know, pipes, machinery, all of that sort of good stuff. And then as we get higher up, we're seeing that very dominant kind of technical.
I mean, there's kind of meaningless. It's just pictures.
As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space to fight the way through or solve puzzles.
Fight who?
One of the things early on we wanted is cause and effect. We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, but seeing that reflect into the space. Another thing
I don't get this.
idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities. There's also going
I mean,
to
they're
be
nice pictures.
areas dedicated towards the control of the location. So what we're seeing here is maybe it's the main map room. So this is where they control the networking of everything. And also on here, you've got the overseeing executive suite. So it's not just technicians here, but also executive wings. And also as a bit of fun, if the player does get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing another type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial, we've seen technical, now we'll be seeing, you know,
This looks a little bit more in-gamey.
the corporate foyer.
What's this person? What is this?
And what we're seeing here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought
Maybe this is the data processing.
Submerged for
Maybe they're submerged.
Water.
What
is
this?
Cool if there's a cause and effect. So if the player solves a puzzle to go from it being below water.
This is just all fucking pie in the sky horse shit. This is a fail.
Conversations with design about interesting opportunities.
5 years plus out. All of this stuff is 5 years plus
And
out.
lastly, Zone 4. Now, it wouldn't be a missed opportunity if we didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it'd been
Could be.
abandoned.
There could be.
Into cave networks.
Anything's possible.
Quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave? There needs to be some form of
I'm gonna swap my seat.
transition period. So we came up with ideas about how we'd see excavation equipment, or you know, with the roads kind of peter out, and as part of the roads, you know, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through. Something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now,
Did he say
excavation?
Excavation?
To expose cave, the equipment needed to create further UGF spaces. You know, maybe there's a large boring machine still there. again, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player to traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool. Also, as part of that, another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet.
Could be, maybe, could be.
Rivers, underground
It could be,
lakes,
or maybe it's this. Or could be.
And also,
it could be.
Describing these locations as maybe some are more abandoned.
Maybe, or it could be. It could. We could do this.
Slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities. So also another process we do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space, size,
this is something.
Composition, gameplay opportunities right from the early visual development process. And what we're looking at here is very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that exploration process.
I like it. I don't mind it loose and lit.
Of what we're pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it, and hopefully you are soon. And we look forward to showing you more in the future.
Pie in the sky stuff, but you know, that's fine. I kind of like this. You got to talk about the future. That's the problem with these things. You got to talk about what's happening right now and what's happening in the future. So all of this stuff is kind of pointless to talk about, but it gives you an idea of what they're thinking about at least, if there is a point to it. I love the Akira elevators. A win for the Akira elevators. Come on guys. I'm only human. It all looks the same, but a little bit more spacious. They really got to get it more. They're going to get a lot more ambitious. It's strange to say about this project, but you know, just visually, just let's cut loose a little bit. This looks like Lorville. This feels like Hurston.
All right. That was the new Underground, starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland. Ian, why are we redoing the underground facilities?
I need more ice.
Kind of like we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game, so it was always on our to-do list.
And you've been here a while. The last 10 memories, drink up, Todd. Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
Ooh, favorite memory. It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one to start would be, I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago and going on paternity and then realizing we're making Arena Commander, and we had about 6 or 8 weeks to make it, so that was a good fun challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like, here it is.
But it was good. It was a bit like baptism by fire, and we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and you know, we was super happy with it. Yeah.
So these new underground facilities, it's not just going to be a big, giant, empty, awesome-looking, playground with nothing to do.
Correct.
What are you gonna do? What are you doing?
All of our mission verbs count. It's basically we want them to be a sandbox element. You know, that players can go and explore, but
what does that mean? What does it mean?
Or infiltrate or investigate or deliver boxes too, like all these elements.
Delivering fucking boxes, Jesus
all
Christ.
The design elements, you know, when we're thinking about this, when we're testing out rooms, like all the interaction aspects for it, puzzle elements. So basically, when the team's doing it, we're building it, but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, you know,
there is
open up all kinds of story.
information happening around this conversation.
Misadventures are going on. You know, 3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2 and stuff. And these are coming to both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards.
Correct.
I'm not saying because I like my job. All right, so in addition to that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. I'm this one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free goodies pack. It's available for all.
Yay!
The party animal plushie, which I believe is a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it? There's nobody here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit, the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of onesies in the clothing line, clothing-wise for the Precision Universe. And a grenade launcher, because giving everybody in the universe a grenade launcher, that's going to be fun. We've also got a Toby Eye Tracker contest going on.
A win for the grenade launcher.
Our JRDF are giving away Carrick, Freelancer, and Cyclone models, and the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspaceindustries.com website. And yes, I saw the chat going. I did comb my hair because while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by my mom, who didn't like that I hadn't combed my hair.
It looks wonderful, Jared. It looks wonderful. A win for Jared's combed hair.
What's next, everybody? Up next is,
But a fail for his shirt. It looks awful.
It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned. The need for multiple speeds with Rich Towler and Yogi and Jed and Johnny and Dave.
Here we go. We're getting serious now. This is serious talk.
Changing their names as much as I do. They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out.
Here we go, guys. Here we go. This is going to be rough.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young, and today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems.
His hair too short here.
SQ42, but which will eventually find the way to the persistent universe.
I've done it too. I've done the same thing.
We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different...
Please, that would be nice if you could do that.
Different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
What the fuck are these ships?
And define what they are and make the gameplay for them. We've started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the SQ42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we're kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. And also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But there come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements, so when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are well, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships, but they're not really good at, well, killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships,
they are too good.
Less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about, over the past kind of several years.
If every ship is the same, it's not fun. If we have dedicated ships,
he's at the end of his rope.
Then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
The speed problem. Here we go.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting things at speed. We've tried adjusting handling at speed. We've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting. And it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. Jousting's okay.
Requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite
they
hard
can
to
escape.
keep track on your opponent.
So you might think
they can escape easily as well.
Make the ship slower and call it a day. Well, we can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't just make everything slower. Is the size of the Star Citizen world.
Exactly.
Huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to traverse between different systems. So essentially, we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore. There's planets to explore. And the feelings we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're
Really? Master nodes. Okay, master modes.
The main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and the things the ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained.
What do we think about this? What do we think about this?
Or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not.
You don't need to disable shields. You just disable guns, right?
We created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a ballpark, Quantum Boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use Quantum Travel to do very long-range jumps between planets. So Quantum Mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do Quantum Boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to go to travel long distances.
This is good.
Between
this is good.
Planets and large-scale stellar objects.
Definitely a win for this.
Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work, and you will also not be able to use thruster boost. So basically all your capacitor and combat related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes,
that's very
there'll be a
severe.
Period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you should be in at any particular point. So if you feel under threat of someone that's close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum mode and escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
I don't know. That's okay. I think that's okay.
like a systemic thing within the ship's items.
It's almost already there anyway.
To define ship roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the nodes.
It wasn't what I thought it would be.
Specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people, or for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively.
These Star Citizen boys, they're smart. They're smart.
Might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us, and this is working now. You know, and we're playing it every day in the studio. We're refining it. We're tweaking bits here and there, but we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing. And we've got the core features. It's there in the game playable, and the difference it's made on the game for us is it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode,
Interesting.
suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I
okay, SMC,
see the difference.
We'll give it a win.
Similarly, things like capital ships.
I haven't played it yet, but I like this idea.
Offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective at shooting you.
Interesting.
More important. And working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
I like it. I think I like it.
This is
I was
really
worried,
exciting change because it allows us to keep the combat
but I think I like it.
relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be for PU.
They do it? Did they really do it?
Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience.
Did they do it?
You'd find that you were
They did it.
fighting
Did they
at
do it?
distance. Now you find that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players. I think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships and smaller ships, we'll have brought something to the Star Citizen world that I don't think has come out before, and I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted, and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously.
That's mental.
This journey, you know, and we've tried.
That actually sounds good. That actually sounds good.
Create the experience we want, but you know, the reality is, from us, it came down to what it always is in Star Citizen, which is creating choice for the players. It's about giving players the option, and their choices have consequences. You know, so with master modes, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat, they're choosing to travel from A to B in quantum, they're choosing to QT boost somewhere. Just giving players that freedom within the universe we have is just like, it's a really magical thing, and we try many times to control that as, you know, as designers, to try and get a specific experience at some point, but we always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the players the choice and let them make the key decisions, and we'll design the balance around that.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42.
I did not expect to like this change.
Master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU, because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, I don't know, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But
take your time. Take your time.
Hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game. That, you know, internally, that, you know, we're playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now. It's
First
all
rule, Star Citizen.
tweaks that we're making.
Don't talk about Squadron 42.
So thanks a lot for listening to us today. We're very, very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And yeah, we'll hope to see you fighting in the verse.
Yay, that was good. I was worried, and it was actually good.
So, I've got.
All right, I'm going to Vandal against Humanity. All right, I like this.
Chicks on Nyx love my Lando Fever. Of course. What you got, Brian?
I'm getting some ice.
Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
I'm getting ice.
And Ort wins.
Ice.
Win. Shout out to Ortwin. It's been a long time.
Hey, Ortwin.
My one is my cargo hold is always full of Chris Roberts.
Really? Show the camera.
There you go.
Right. That's Vandal Against Humanity, a game created by one of our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it. It made the trip to UK, and we are playing it in between the sessions. So thank you again, Ken Shadow. John, I dropped the cards. This gone. Talk to me about this segment we just watched. Is this BS, or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it. The team's been super hard at work for quite a long period of time on this. We've gone through, I don't know how many versions of this. We've sort of run out of interesting names to call all the development builds. We're on to fish names now. Yeah, it's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of testing internally, like across the company, not just within our team, getting them all on board, getting them playing it, feeding back.
And I know we don't generally do when questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience. Folks have been waiting for this fix for a while. Yeah. We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience in Squadron, you need it to all work together. So we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships than the PU has. It's a lot easier to do a system like this, get the broad strokes in, and then really dial it in for 6 or 7 ships versus the hundreds in the PU. So it's a scale thing. It's not doing the PU straight away.
I just got my chair back.
Lots of it ties in together with other systems. So it's not just
got my chair back. I just got my chair.
Radar star map, quantum
No.
and you have to get all of that together in one. We can't really piecemeal it. You just won't get a great experience if we go, well, here's one bit of it, here's another bit later. We want to drop it in one big deployment.
Are we going to drip feed ships and like this ship's done and then this ship's done, or do you think more together all at once?
Yeah, what Brian said.
We have to do like a broad tuning across the board for everything. Day one for when this goes into the PU. Hopefully by then a lot of those will be really where we want them. That as with game development, then constants change.
Yeah.
There will be ones that change over time.
Oh, you changed the camera.
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's a great thing. It's very hard to get things right out the gate. There's only so much internal testing you can do. We need that feedback at that point.
And I do want to say to folks who are watching, wherever you're watching, the 6 to 7 ships in Squadron was not a confirmation that there are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times and. All right, you ready to move on to the next thing?
Absolutely.
All right,
Let's do it.
So we've been bouncing back and forth between you know really hot visuals with the Planets of Pyro, and then gameplay stuff with investigations, and back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility, then back to the solid gameplay stuff with the flight experience. Up next is another really solid visuals thing. Lorville, meet me at camera 1. Lorville, Star Citizen's first landing zone. We've learned a lot since it was first put in. We've built Microtech, New Babbage. We've built Orizon on Crusader. We even went back and redid Area 18 on ArcCorp. But Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen. And with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt, and I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready, they're already underway building a brand new Lorville Redux. So we'll send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guidon. I had it, I was so close.
So close.
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland, check it out.
Hello,
Great,
my name's
great.
Ian Leyland and I'm the art director for Star
Can
Citizen.
I eat?
And today we're going to talk
Can
about
I
an
eat?
internal initiative called Lorville 2.0. Now with Lorville, and specifically the Lorville Cityscape, it was probably the first major landing zone we ever had to do. It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet, and we had the player fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that no-fly zone. But when we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes. So Area 18, New Babbage, Orison, we all developed more techniques.
I love Lorville. Lorville is my favorite landing zone.
To start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept artist, and he can show you some more.
Hi, my name is Eric Yanni.
What?
I'm a principal concept artist for Star Citizen and Turbulent in Montreal, and I'm here to talking about the Lorville 2.0.
Bring it. I love it. Midday, look at this
When I
setup.
started to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create
Shapes?
a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of a different approach of that city.
Boat?
We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that is for mainly gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay in interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience to flying through that. Yeah, so after the sketching process and get some approval, I need to know very well the footprint of that city. We build a city from a human scale.
That was great.
We have nothing in that city. They build in a gray zone. So everything is built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the CBD. So this is mainly the two main units I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of lengths and distances to respect. So this is why I used the 3D basis to working on that. So I need to make sure that the ratio of everything fits well to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and
More
to
pictures,
see if
more photos. It's like a PowerPoint presentation.
So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think
I mean, I like all these pictures, but show me something. Show me something.
Because at the end, what the feeling we have, it's like a real city. So I use my 2D background in concept artist to make the best as possible.
I mean, it looks good, but it's just 2D images.
Inside of it, 3D, paint over, sketching, painting, and at the end, I was needed to create a very speechless concept to sell the mandate to the people involved in that, and they make sure they believe on that project, and they could say, well, okay, now we are a Lorville 2.0 and we're ready to moving on that.
Thanks, Eric. There's some beautiful image there, and we had a lot of fun internally developing that cityscape. Now, we're not just in concept development. We've actually passed our white box milestone internally, so we're going to jump over to Max, and he's going to show you where we're at.
Bonjour, mon nom est Maxime Guindon. Je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet Star Citizen. Mon mandat en ce moment est Lorville 2.0. Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen, à toute la communauté en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans mon travail. From the concepts done, it was time to start it in engine, and we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lorville city, up to something that matches the ambition. For instance, we are keeping the L19 area, we are keeping the CBD, we're we're keeping the spaceport, and we're building upon this.
I would hope that you would keep the spaceport. The spaceport is really useful.
Tests with the transit system, the rails, and we try to extend it out a bit. We're keeping the same number of gates, but we're moving them out. And so throughout these tests, we've built the city as just placeholder, white box, very primitive, to have this.
Looks good though. Looks good.
Fast iteration of the whole city.
What do we think?
Done, and then that we could see it.
Is it a win?
And get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable city. We hope it to be fun.
It already does, to be honest.
And like to actually do some races in it. We're building arches, bridges, and like underpasses, and it makes it interesting to be able to fly around. We see the community of players. They're doing like emergent gameplay of races, and that inspires us. And then the way that we're building.
Don't forget to say emergent. You gotta say the word emergent.
Montreal's tools teams now that are working on like Houdini tools, and we're chatting with them, see what we could use from the library of tools. There will be several areas.
It's a hard stop of that city.
Detail, especially around landing pads on rooftops and lookout areas. And these are the places where the players will be able to land. These will eventually connect the interior spaces that will be built later. And in that sense, Lorville will be ready for those interiors. We started as a team of 2 artists working on Lorville, and now we're 5. And we could even be
5
more soon.
5.
Each artist
Imagine more than 5.
Slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance what we're doing, make it kick-ass. So that's really important. So I hope you'll like what you see, and we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate, because it's gonna make such a huge difference.
Thanks, Max. That's looking great, and hopefully you guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Lorville probably one of our best yet.
It's my favorite city and my favorite
for you today. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Design language, but it almost looks exactly the same as the bunker missions. Like, that's good, that's fine. I especially think the racing element is the strongest part of that, right? Being able to race and fly underneath. I know people will do that. That's why it's an interesting thing. It's already a great city, so buff it a little bit, make people be able to race through it, and move on. They won't though, because that's not the Star Citizen way. That's not how they do it. Alright, well, I'm going to give this a plus, a win because of the racing. Mainly because of the racing element. I don't think the Lorville buff is much of a priority, to be honest.
So you've taken the one that had the most egregious no-fly zone, and you're making it so we can just race through the canyon.
That's good.
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And you know, no-fly zones, you know, they were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And
yeah, no fly zones fucking suck.
ultimately that no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because oh, you know what would be really cool, right? It's like you know, you want to keep the player experience in, you know, the maximum level, so it's there. But for Lorville, as you've seen, you know, we want that experience to be as low as possible, to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings, and it was always
Nice.
something
Makes no fucking sense, but I don't care. I love it.
like one day we'll get back to Lorville, so I'm super happy that we're seeing this now.
And you know, we discussed the art pipeline for years. We would do, you know, like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. We've been talking about how games are developed, and we've gone.
There's a win for 10 years.
From white box to gray box to stuff like that. Where would you say Lorville is? Obviously,
And a fail for 10 years.
In the final art space, so basically, blockout white box is obviously self-explanatory. Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art. You know, so we're always trying to keep the team on the toes, but grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's kind of. But when you're using kits, and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing, so we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lorville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, you know, really good engine look dev. I mean, you're seeing hints at the potential in engine. But there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Lorville Redux.
They'll get it. Don't worry.
Step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today.
He changed his shirt. It looks much better.
Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to development. Anybody
3.18?
Follow the project long enough knows that that's how this works. But everything you're seeing on today's show here is everything that's in the process, in the pipeline, being developed now for 4, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and so forth. And before we jump to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley's plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Finley's. I should look at it beforehand.
I'm also doing a promo. If you send me $1, I will show you my boobs. Just $1. Try and find one way through Patreon or some kind of donate button. $1 and you can see my boobs. That's it's good value.
On Twitter earlier, the JRDF contests are partners at JR Design and Fabrication. Create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here. The wonderful Star Kitten, a dragonfly. Switch to Ian's camera. I'm gonna put this in there like this. Look at that. Oh, it's not in focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this. No. Stay down there. Look at my Star Kitten dragonfly in focus because I'm holding it near Ian's face. Isn't that great?
Did you just smell it?
What did it smell like? JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models.
Wow, so beautiful.
Array. You can check out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack, a Freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now with scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite. I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving very seriously down there. All right, so we've rambled on enough. Let's throw it to the next presentation. Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this. I'm going to make the audio guy. I was holding it in my hand.
I have almost no ice, but I'm gonna try and survive this presentation. Resource management. Here we go.
What did I want to say about this?
What are you doing?
I backed the project. back in 2013, 2014, before I came here. The thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay.
I agree.
That positional experience of a captain and a navigator and an engineer and a comms person and run down and put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and fix the fuses and stuff like this. That multi-crew experience has been what drew me to the project. First as a backer until I came in to do this on a spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship? I have a spaceship. And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering when's going to be the day. Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up, eyes forward, and take it away, Dan and Thorsten.
Here we go.
Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for
Bye-bye.
Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management.
This is the meat and potatoes.
Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store
and the flight stuff.
It's the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
Oh, the good stuff.
Of the ships where
yeah,
certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And from that, we can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather than destroy them. Missions like Siege of Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can sometimes bigger than what we have right now. We have more control over the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned
wait for it,
or stations in space where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs. And this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that loop engaging.
5 years away. 5 years away.
The main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And
what does that mean?
You have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation. You will have mechanics running throughout the ship trying to change fuses, repair various things that have broken down.
Doing mundane tasks.
Moving shields from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners
could be good. It could be good.
Enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi-crew gameplay. Just coming together and providing what we hope is true.
Is that a glitch?
Gameplay. And for all of you out there that are waiting for the Idrises and Javelins and want to use these ships, this is the system that is going to make using those ships possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly this is.
Let's do it!
Resource management can be broken down into several key elements. Power, energy resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling.
This is sexy shit. This is real sexy shit. It looks boring, but it's not.
Choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that you might discover. And here, the life support system is a key factor. Here, the life support, you have to maintain it, meaning you have to make sure that the consumables...
This game is so interesting. This game is so interesting.
There to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death, or you are not cooked.
As part of item maintenance, the player will be able to control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with new items, or sometimes dodgy items, depending on their income. They will be able to control which sub-items are installed in those items, either as fuses or subcomponents that give them various bonuses to that specific item. They will be able to run repair gameplay and replace broken fuses when the item stops working or takes enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you, as the engineer on the ship, have to do there. It's basically defining these circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other, and what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles. The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them
the biggest arsehole is going to be the captain.
The person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun.
Oh my god, you give these people the smallest amount of power.
So gravity is
that's gonna you're opening a can of worms here. Oh my god.
always an up, and we would like to give you some more control over that. So because it requires some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity. Or there might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So if it wasn't clear by now, the scope of resource management touches pretty much every aspect of life.
Definitely a plus for Zero G, that's for sure.
What everyone would like to know is, where are we with all of this right now? Currently, we have working in
Eternal question.
Systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship. So we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is basically defining the routes, or the most efficient routes that the resources.
I hate this grab inspect thing. That bugs me so much. Make it radio. Give it a radio. I don't want a list.
We can also demonstrate many aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate.
Let's do it. That's great. All right, let's kill this fuckhead. All right. Oh my god.
Fire expulsion.
All right, let's vent the fire. What happened? And now we're gonna watch a video. Oh, we're gonna watch this fucking. And even the video doesn't load. Are you kidding? Okay, got it. Let's type 30k. I love ads. Like, who doesn't love ads? It's dead. It's totally dead. That is so funny. Oh no, it's back. That was a fail. That was a fail. Let's kill all these fuckers. Let's kill them all. Why do I love this so much? Why do I find... Okay. Okay.
And making players suffocate again.
Let's do it again. I'm into it. They're so excited by their own project. I love it. Gravity off! Okay, normal jumps. Gravity low. What do you mean by EVA like? What does that mean? I love this. Very interesting. Very interesting.
With a resource management system, but with a system that is this big and complex, we do not want to rush it. We want to just get it.
Of course.
Get it right
Of course.
from the beginning. So let's talk about what's next for the resource management system.
Next, you won't see it for the next 5 years.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items. Relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing.
Tier 0! Tier 0!
Allowing people to create presets for your resource network.
This is why you can't get hyped for Star Citizens.
A list or schematic view of your ships. External
You're not going to see this shit for years or years or years.
Parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets. And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches.
But you can't dismiss it because stuff happens. So it's this weird territory that you're put in constantly.
It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old pipe system, and this has been an interesting journey, and finally we're starting to see the fruits of our labor, and we're starting to see all the possibilities of gameplay that we can open up to the players in the future. It's exciting to work on something that's so central.
Exciting! Fruits of labor, possibilities, all this language that makes me think, oh wow, it's really coming soon. 4 years later.
It's the most exciting feature that I've ever worked with. It's such a groundbreaking.
It's so exciting, so groundbreaking.
Entire game from its core. I think we never had this opportunity to change the game into this direction.
I'll be happy if it's in within 12 months. I'll be happy if it's in within 12 months.
In place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay.
Meaningful, exciting.
Where every decision counts. This is the stuff that makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Thank you for letting us share our progress with you, and we hope you're happy with all this progress, and have a nice CitizenCon.
Thank you.
This Bar Citizen Singapore card is really cool.
It looks really cool. It looks really cool.
I've been playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was that was Dan Truffen and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource management system, and joining us to follow up on it is Todd Pappy, John Crew. Guys, this has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I don't make it sound like it's it's done, but I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very this to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. So like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but like again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting in environments.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have player homesteading. One of the components. It's not the only thing. But
but it's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. It's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games. So that's what we're looking for.
Being able to make imagine siege.
Is that true?
Being able to actually assault the platforms and depower the platforms. Missions that can take place inside the landing zones where you can cut power to buildings and stuff like this. I mean, this is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the segment, the first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
So, what's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Hulle, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally some ships were built a long time ago. Ones in recent times were built with this.
Here we go. Here we go.
But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this management. Something really cool in that video was all the fire and gravity and atmosphere stuff. And like you say, it goes from just being a ship you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. You're not just limited to be, I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner, that's about it. Now engineers and support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships, because
which is cool, very cool, very cool.
If you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad time for all involved.
Yeah, like I said before we set it up, this is the aspect of Star Citizen that first drew me, in. So it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see it.
It is great.
And really beginning
it is really great
to be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that. And it's just, I think people know I don't generally hype very often. I'm usually the guy that's sitting here. It's like, don't hype, manage your expectations and stuff. And you should still do that. I'm not changing my tune. This is the part of the thing that I've been waiting for personally.
Yeah, this is really good. This is very good.
All right, so we've ping pong from the visuals to the gameplay, the visuals to the gameplay, the visuals to the gameplay. We've only got one more scheduled presentation left. Ship talk, talking ship.
Ship talk, I'm gonna get some ice.
New coming to the pipeline, vehicles coming straight to flyable things, something in the middle. That's going to star John Crew and Ben Curtis and Paul Jones, and I'll let them take it away.
Hi everyone, my name is John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at Cloud Imperium Games. This year I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, Vehicle Art Director, and Paul Jones, Concept Art Director, and this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming up.
Can't leave my chair.
And then the fan
I can't leave my chair, can I?
Ship or Vehicle concept series. To kick things off,
Thank you.
We'll be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships.
It's my chair.
Crew level, and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick.
Come
The
on.
two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel, and the Freelancer series. Those are all similar sized ships to this, and they also cover similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series,
It's my chair, friend. You want to see here?
Crusader Industries
Mitte. Spaceship.
but also their renowned speed and agility over those other variants. We have three variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo hauler version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the really nice features of the Spirit series as a whole is the front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area, and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1...
New ships, is this a win?
Version. This comes with 48 SCU of cargo capacity in the central area, accessible like the other versions via the rear ramp. It's wide enough to allow a variety of ground-based vehicles on board, such as the Cyclone. You won't be fitting larger things in it like the tank. However, with the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both
Kinda angular.
size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with
Seems
size 5
a lot like the
bombs.
Hercules.
They are arranged in two vertical gravity drops.
Does Crusader need any more ships?
So you have a nice little walkway down the middle, and then you have the two sort of lines of bombs each side of you, and you'll be able to see them drop out of the bottom of the ship.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out.
Morphologist is not gonna like this.
Doing your bombing run and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense.
but it does deliver
Morphologist is getting triggered right now.
style compared to the Starlifter.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously, the
Morph is getting triggered. He's getting triggered right now.
Whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner. Sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller.
I don't know what I think about this design. It's very angular.
Module is basically split into two levels, and so we really wanted to
A lot of pictures in this CitizenCon.
Obviously, you're coming into a sort of multi-role ship, but when you get into the module, you've got lockers, space, space to put any sort of personal belongings. Essentially, you go into two elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck. So it has that sort of first-class feeling.
I think what really makes the E1 stand out compared to some of our other ships is the kind of the large panoramic glass roof. So when you're in this kind of shared VIP area, you're gonna have great views and be able to kind of like explore the verse in something that I think is going to be quite unique.
And we also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically where players can go and choose whatever the drink it is. So it's cocktails or coffee. Then players will also have super comfy seats. They'll have the widescreen TV in the module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs into these ships and being able to kind of explore the verse and experience that kind of luxury living that I've not yet to experience.
So between the three variants, there are a number of shared areas. The sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader,
I mean, what am I supposed to say?
Pilot to co-pilot arrangement.
It's another ship.
You have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you have the variant section, which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship, you naturally have
I mean, I don't get the point.
That's the Crusader spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this and seeing what it can do in the game in the future.
I don't see what role are they filling?
Of our vehicle production pipeline to something nearing the end of the pipeline. Let's talk about the Drake Corsair next.
This is meat.
Drake Corsair is a
Hey, freelance. Is that a word? Freelance Ares XT. This is meaty.
Actually have the Constellation, the 600i is the competitors.
Like, look at this thing.
Brings its usual rugged
Ion?
firepower for its size sort of classification.
Are these words? You're making words up. It's good to see you, Lopez. What are you up to? It's CitizenCon. Let's get excited. Look at this thing. Well, now we've got the Crusader Spirit, a new line of ships. And the Corsair, of course. Look at this thing.
No nonsense, no frills approach to the ship. And, you know if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something that you more than likely can fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to a main dealer.
Yeah, it's a new line of ships. The Spirit, the Crusader Spirits.
So fans, when they see the ship, well,
You heard it here first.
heritage, the DNA through the spirit. So you can kind of almost imagine how the ship is built. It's got that military, easy fix.
Looks like the Corsair's coming for 318.
Loaded with turrets.
Yeah, the Corsair looks sick. The Corsair looks cool.
I think what's quite unique to the Corsair is its wings, the way they fold up. This isn't done purely for style.
But I like, it's a Drake ship. I like Drake ships.
In and out of the hangars much easier.
We put quite a lot of effort into keeping that really iconic exterior kind of silhouette and
Lopez, you got to jump in game. There's lootable helmets. You got to get the Vandal helmet.
most of the exterior
The solo run, yeah. You got to get the Vandal helmet, man. Once you find the Vandal helmet, it's bound to your account forever. Get into the game, loot outposts, get the Vandal helmet.
On the inside of the ship, we start right at the front on the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique feel to its cockpit.
You'll have it forever. It's bound to your account. It'll take you 5 minutes. Just bounce around to different outposts. You'll find it. It's in the red loot boxes.
That transition from the main cockpit area into that kind of co-pilot kind of section, it's you move right.
It's very nice. I like it.
Gives great visibility for both the pilot and the co-pilot. The other nice thing.
Don't shoot the wings. Look how meaty this thing is.
So it should be a nice place to be. In the rear of the cockpit, we've got the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters is actually pretty much identical to the rest of the quarters in the ship in terms of its kind of size.
That's Drake for you. That's Drake.
Move back through the ship. There's I guess a small kind of crossroads directly behind the bridge. From here, you can either progress backwards straight into habitation, or to either side, you've got the turret access. So it's right really at the kind of like the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis.
Change what you want. Change whatever you want. I don't care.
Each way, you're now looking at 90 degrees pretty much each way, so it's a lot more effective, especially forward firing, which, again, the Corsair has so many guns pointing forwards. Having an extra 2 turrets is very, very Drake.
In habitation,
very Drake. You heard it here first. I'm going to put a win on the board for a very Drake.
You've got somewhere to store your gear, and that's pretty much it. The main habitation area, though, is, if anything, quite luxurious for a Drake ship, in that there's a decent sized space. You've got your bathroom, which is no frills. It's got
remote AI. Remote AI is kind of almost in the game already. It's like people who steal Idrises and get attacked by other people. All of their turrets attack the person that's attacking them, right? Which is an AI. It's a remote AI feature. I don't know why they don't implement it to all ships. For turrets. Just for turrets, I mean.
With a few little rooms coming off it to cram components in. And off one of those, you have the side.
Other elements are becoming more complicated. It is cool. If you can commandeer an Idris, the turrets will fire against your enemies. Because they're AI turrets. That's already in the game. Exactly. Exactly when you hijack a hammerhead.
Something on the exterior, then you've got kind of easy access straight up the lift and out you go.
Then finally at the rear, you have the main cargo hold.
They should implement that for every ship that has a turret.
Along with a significant cargo capacity.
And being a Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it. All the mechanics are exposed. You can really see the workings of
I love this. I love it. I love this aesthetic. I love it.
So I think the Corsair is a particularly cool ship. I love the styling of it. Love the asymmetric wing arrangement of it. I think
it's the more like engineering aspect of it that's going to be more complicated. But the turret stuff, they already have it. They already have it.
Be able to experience that yourselves at IAE this year. And a vehicle coming later today. A vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline, we have the Greycat STV.
All right, here it is. Here it is.
It's a cool and fun aspect of Star Citizen, and it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy doing and organising amongst themselves, and something that we really want to help support from within CIG. So we wanted to bring a new vehicle to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
So the STV is the Greycat sports terrain vehicle. It builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and
Okay.
much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler, two-person open-topped, sport styling, everything you need.
Give me a four-person car. Give me a four-person car.
Vehicles. You may recognize a resemblance in the name to the Grey Cat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV, which is the utility terrain vehicle. And we've actually reconcepted the PTV, and we have the concept for the UTV. And when you see all three side by side, you'll see that family resemblance.
The interior again is similar, design language, simple layout,
Okay.
easy to clean. That was a big thing for us, even though we don't have like a cleaning mechanic.
Easy to clean.
The seats are easily removable, so you can actually see the bolts where you can just quickly whip them out. And so all of this thinking.
This game, man. This game. You're not going to see this level of detail in Apex Legends, that's for sure.
There's lots of subtleties in terms of the role.
I should download Apex, shouldn't I? Lopez, shouldn't I?
Maybe
I should
people
download it.
notice, but for us, these are all part of making a manufacturer consistent.
So the STV delivers that gameplay that is you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got these vast ships that you can explore deep space and go off with your big multi-crews. But what this really allows you to do is get down on one of our many planets.
What's it for? What's it for? Sell it.
A vehicle for you and a friend. It's also got kind of some cargo space in the back. So if you are out there doing missions, rather than having to fly your ships directly to where the mission is, it allows you to land slightly out there, slightly in a safer area. You've still got space to load up with weapons, load up with your whatever mission items you need.
Okay, that's useful. That's useful.
Variant of a non-racing vehicle. The STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed, and that's what makes it a compelling racing choice.
The best things about Star Citizen as a whole
Is ground vehicle racing popular in this game?
Gameplay, and it's not all about combat. It's not all about flying these massive ships. And I think one of the things that a lot of us are excited internally about is a lot of us come from.
We need to get paid, Lopez. We're not getting paid enough.
A lot of us are petrol heads at heart.
We need to unionize.
On that kind of gameplay in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the STV in action in a race organised by Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast.
That's
and finally,
like forklift. Imagine if they had the forklift.
Pick a ship concept challenge. For those of you that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship and vehicle options and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realised that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship.
Yeah, I like ROC vehicles. I like the Cyclone.
That bridges the gap between
I like functional vehicles.
because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary stepping stone before you jump into the big RSI Orion, which the scale of its mining is nothing like any other mining ship in the game. The Mole is the current mining system, just lots of it. So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles such as the Rock and the Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that, we have three choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI as the first choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have Misk, the third option. Obviously Misk do the Prospector, so again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own unique styling take on that pitch that I've just given you. At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these three options. And that's the end of Talking Ship, so over to you.
I love how serious the developers are. Like,
Alright, so the Crusader Spirit is available.
they all seem really like intelligent, serious people.
Website. The STV is coming to,
Except for this guy.
Coming to the universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's
we can rent it at the expo.
Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a comlink on the robertspaceinstitute.com website where you can go and
which I appreciate. I appreciate their sort of level-headedness, you know. I don't really sold shit. I just want like, this is what we're doing, these are the facts, this is when it's coming.
All the speeds of all the ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on on what happened.
I like this guy.
A bit more in depth. It was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game development timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 318 Ivocati, which sadly did not come out before 317.3 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds. Like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road. That's
off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like. So we wanted to bring the cyclones down. We want to.
The cyclones were nuts. The cyclone speeds were fucking insane. That's why I bought one.
Not quite where they should be, so we will go back and do more changes. But the idea was people would get to see it in 318, so it wouldn't be such a surprise in 317.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Spirit looks amazing.
Yes.
Like, when you say, I gotta ask you, you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship.
Not in the game. Still not in the game.
When you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously the Starliner is quite an old concept. We didn't really do a huge amount of interior look development, so the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure. Mixmaster, the most important feature of the Starliner.
It's so weird. It's so weird.
Fine. Yeah, that sort of feel, that luxury transport feel is something we haven't really shown in Star Citizen. Every man and their donkey was pestering me for that Horizon Shuttle concept, and we'd planned to do like a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name, and I hated it because it got abbreviated to like the 3 Cs. We just called it the ship the 3 Cs the entire time. And then there was that sort of vocal uprising about, hey, John Crew, give me that Horizon Shuttle, and that sort of the two things merged together, and that's where it came from.
And then
interesting.
Grey Cat STV, which will be our straight.
So this is the Crusader answer to the Cutlass.
On the website and stuff at the end of this broadcast. That's an exciting push in the Grey Cat.
Yes.
In the Grey Cat arena. It looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime later on.
Yeah. It's not in active development right now, but when we decided to do the STV, we're like, hey, let's spend the time, let's work out what Grey Cat as a manufacturer looks like and feels like, because we had the PTV. People have seen the big Spider Minor from back in the day. They're two very different things.
Right.
There wasn't really like a family lineage, so we built that family lineage around that, and we're like, here's the reworked PTV. Still looks how everyone recognises it, but it sort of works with the modern mechanics. Let's do a sporty version. Let's do a utility version, and so we've got those three together now. That you can really see like the family lineup, and they each do slightly different things, which is cool. But yeah, the STV is that beach buggy, dune buggy thing to just razz around planets in.
It's really cool. I really like the styling of it. So, if you, we've got one small thing left, and then one rather large surprise left. So
there's the surprise,
and then buckle up because I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. But before we get there, last year during last year's CitizenCon presentation, we explored a lot of the Outlaw Lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready. We're going to show us a quick sizzle, and when we get back,
sizzle me.
Surprise. So stay tuned.
I'm ready to be sizzled. That was the same plants from earlier. Why are they growing them hydroponically? Are they drugs? Are they drugs? This game, man. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Fuck all other games. Fuck all other games. This is the game. This is the one and the only. Although I should download Apex Legends and I should play with you. I am being a tit for not doing that. It's free. It's a free game. Why wouldn't I do that? Did you see I got a new CPU to play this fucking stupid game. The next update, we're up to 3.17.3 now. Affiliate,
Outlaw Lifestyle, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last.
I'm doing much better on YouTube than Twitch.
If you're following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining
surprise
us today are two
Tony Z.
people who probably need no
Tony Z.
We're gonna do it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
Ah, these guys.
How you doing?
I'm doing good, Jared.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today. Yeah. And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyrer.
Hello.
Is it a Squadron 42 tease?
It is.
What you think?
I think
very nice.
It's a Squadron 42 tease. Oh my god.
So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Oh my god!
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been our heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And
as you
one
should.
thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU, and we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically...
PU is the main game. PU is the main game.
Doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. We'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else.
We haven't heard from anybody about Squadron 42.
Today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Impress people when we do it. And so, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there.
Maybe you do. Maybe you...
Trying to keep it close to our chest.
Maybe you show something, some progress on the project that you've already been paid to make. Maybe you should do that. Maybe you should do something like that.
A huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately...
It's so kind of them to show us a sneak peek. Oh my god.
A little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way.
10 years? It's been 10 years.
A little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to kind of, your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still, work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've been, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG is set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we would
Please make it a fun game.
I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we've then developed that and honed it and, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or I can pick a few features right now. And you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. There's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU,
all this is fine. What he's talking about is fine right now. That's fine. This is a non-issue.
Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down, and then give it to the PU audience. And I think fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content. And so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams, and so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases. That sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature. And so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished, so it's like not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging.
It's not nuts and bolts stuff, is it? They're not talking nuts and bolts stuff.
That's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be.
You can always just circle the fucking drain with this fluff talk.
You've got right now, but we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, user experience issues.
Bugs.
We
Bugs.
are addressing right now in
Bugs.
Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. That's gonna, and we'll show you a couple.
PU is the moneymaker.
Help with that today, but essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas what we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around.
When's it coming out?
Interacting with things, the vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles. Like the sort of need for multiple speeds and
which was good, very good, just very good.
Vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have, and so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example.
PU is your money maker. Don't forget, PU is your money maker.
On the vehicle side and the need for speed, but you probably saw, in the different modes, there needs to be more stuff on the HUD, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFDs. That's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be
just tell me how hot it is on a planet. Can I breathe the atmosphere? Can I survive in the atmosphere?
To work well in all the ships you use in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things. People have talked about the star map forever, or so that is definitely
because it's been rubbish forever.
I think 3 engineers, a couple of visual we're really sort of working to make. We're not quite ready to show you today.
Please, just show us.
It's going to be a much improved experience, but all of it's sort of
I would hope so. It couldn't be worse. It couldn't be worse. That's the thing.
To bring across into the PU after we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. We're pretty excited. So we wanted to
Yes.
I think there is two common themes that I think you'll see in the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number two is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that we're fairly advanced along, and so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that said, some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some of the things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot. Some of the things.
Oh, what's the star map? Show me the star map.
Because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Asiato because people have
we already
that.
showed one location.
So yeah, you guys ready to listen enough preamble?
Let's go.
Let's start with Rich. You were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction.
Ooh, okay.
What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do? You in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship. How do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they
You just click on random shit until it works.
Ultimately in the universe that they're playing. And how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things, we spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things, like the props are interactable.
Exactly.
You can do things, you can push things around, you can move them. I mean, the whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped.
And there's no persistence.
So our goal, definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing is...
This is what people don't understand. It's...
Push the chairs, that cup I could take off your desk and take to my...
What makes it immersive is the first-person perspective, and building the game around the first-person perspective is what Chris Roberts understands. That's what he understands. This sounds like fluff, but it's not. This is the game. First-person experience.
So we need systems that are easy to use, and currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it, because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to.
What if it was Cytec?
Presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in. new person getting into the game, like how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? Right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think there's a lot of people. It's almost like,
which I love, kind of secretly love.
Like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen, and I actually got to my ship. So that is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while.
Absolutely.
And Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just, because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just,
take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
We're working on it. So
I mean, part of it is basically removing the barrier. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F, and the game should know, yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. You should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at, your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go and look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something, and we have the user interface to tell you that yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up, and you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system across.
Yeah, has to be fixed.
In a cockpit, or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world.
Do you think that's going to be like a Squadron 42 sneak peek at the end of all this blabble?
And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar scanning, it's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. That's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen is built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system, where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button, and that is kind of just for your local environment, and everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information, and it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar and scanning, which is what we're calling like a charged scan wave, where the same system, you're holding down the scan button, and that's pinging out across wider areas, and that's where you're looking at individuals. You're getting okay, there's two guys over there, what's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an objective that I need
5 years out. 5 years out.
That's more gameplay pervasive. That's something that's going to be more of a risk reward. So that's like, okay, I'm giving my location away, but they're also, so they may or may not, know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar and scanning of the ships, as FPS. So it's all systemic.
It's all fucking clouds, building clouds in the sky. This is nonsense.
For people to be able to go in and understand, I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, Redline Scanner would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it.
Got it up and running. When's it coming? When's it coming?
How do you understand what you need to do? And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Should we show
absolutely.
some videos of those?
So I understand we have 2 videos. What's this first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described with radar scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you
when's it coming. This is the sandworm all over again.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. This is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of...
That's all I want. That's all I want.
We'll also have more detailed information depending on, contextually what the item is. And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with, but you're getting confidence of, oh cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad. And you're not having to go into interact mode, you're not having to be driven by the cursor. You can go in and just...
Fuck interact mode.
Or interact with it. And you've probably seen this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail and at scale that we do. So we wanted to make sure that that system is really robust. But hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of...
And I'd also say that part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab, or I think there's a few other ones that you can use in default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions. So you could
give me the wheels. Don't give me lists. Give me wheels, not lists.
So the idea is just like you can do in Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around. Oh, look, I can X to do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that's happening here. So you can just look around, and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around, and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to do something totally different to it because people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD.
Don't reinvent the wheel.
And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables and you want, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, right click on the item, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and just it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now.
I fucking hate the list. I fucking hate the list. Give me a wheel. Give me a wheel.
I want it to go straight into my backpack because that's what you're doing right there.
A wheel I can customize, of course.
Give the interaction system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player if they want it to go. They want a weapon.
Definitely, that's a win. That's got to be a win. Come on, man. Give me a fucking wheel. Please, just give me a wheel.
Always go into the hands, and they have that customizability to be able to, interact with the environment. And
the wheel is a win.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure. Play it. So I mean, the second one, essentially, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radon scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking.
Move all button? Not yet.
But you're also now
No,
getting information about
they don't.
enemies and the AI and what.
That would be hype. That would be super hype. If they had the move all button, that would be hype through the roof.
On the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is
It's still like tier 0 inventory.
scanning. Maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around. It's like you're going to go around a corner. You don't know if there's some enemies around the corner, and you want to find out.
Most people want a move all button. That is true.
We're trying to have.
I would include myself in the category of most all people. Most all people do want a move all button.
It's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if it's like in the Star Citizen CitizenCon 2022? We got a move all button. that would blow the lid off the roof.
The slavers that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radon scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charge scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it. But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radon scanning and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location, and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first
I am kind of pumped about FPS scanning. I do think that's going to be a really good thing.
And then the second one is more of a wider scope, like Chris said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just going to be able to spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture, and you go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm going to make my move and go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, ledges and ladders is kind of...
Mantling is actually very good in this game already.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on, but I mean, as Chris said, in terms of squadron development, we're looking at improving...
It's surprisingly good.
How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, oh, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up.
Nice. When's it in the game?
We've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily...
When's it in the game?
Improved ladders. But again, if you play the Star Citizen right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall. You're locked. You can't look around. You have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it. You're locked in. You can't get off halfway. You can't jump off. You're kind of really locked. So what we've done...
Jump on halfway too.
No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging, and that even though you're attached to this thing, you want to be able to look around. So you can attach to the ladder, You can jump onto a ladder directly. You can attack. You can run and jump onto a ladder. You can look around full 360 degrees. You can look around 90 degrees as you're going up. You know, and it's just a
That's
lot
all.
more
Of course,
fluid
that's
and a lot
always
more,
good.
you know,
That's good.
It doesn't feel like, oh, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more.
I don't feel ladder hype. I'm not feeling ladder hype.
And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment. You know, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So, it's
because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of. I mean, in Squadron, we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in. Which will make its way into the PU.
I mean, I'm sure ladders are important, but
I think you'll see a lot more. I mean, you already see a little bit where you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU.
Yes.
But
Yes.
imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. I mean, even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot of like physical and traversal gameplay and puzzles in Squadron, and we're building the systems to also work well with that. And then again, with a systemic world like we have in Star Citizen, where you can move things assist, there should be multiple ways.
This game's never coming out. This game's never coming out.
The Squadron design is like in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. To do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or is a way that you can do it without seeing anyone because you've just taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, I mean, we've got a video to show, but we're still like
there's still another video. There's another video. Hype. Oh shit. What the hell did I do? Hype for the new block.
Some point when the Manchester.
How did I fuck that up so bad?
Jared will do a wonderful. We'll do a
hype for the new video
version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment.
10 years. It's 10 years.
So, but I would say definitely that. I mean, we could show it, but we got details to come. Like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body.
This is going to be a bad Squadron 42 preview.
Third person, when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the blockout animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
All right, ladders. So obviously, this, as you can see, this is final art. But you can see here that, as Chris said,
this is what I want.
The level of inertia is still blockout phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on straight into a mantle or a vault.
That's fucking good. That's what I want. That's what I want.
While this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions in.
Yes. Yes.
You've only got jump.
Yes.
You only can do vault and mantle.
And right there, we did
this is a win.
Halfway onto a ladder, and here we're looking around.
I want a mantle. I want some movement. Finally, some movement. Lopez. We're getting some movement in the game. This is 5 years away. This is 5 years out.
The true boss.
And we jump across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the blockout animations.
Wall jumping. Oh my god. Can you imagine?
Accidentally put that. Anyway.
But the other thing as
Back
well,
to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to say about the traversal is while we're highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs and things.
At least 5 years out. 5 years.
We've taken deep dive.
Everything's always 5 years away.
So, for example,
Mission Impossible space.
For example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down Shift and left mouse button, and then now what happens now if you then release Shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from crone to crouch, the transitions, weapon swapping, and so that just using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive.
It really must be night and day playing Apex versus playing this game.
Fighting the controls are working for you. It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad, or you are using a joystick, or you are using a keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world, so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and
the game is fighting me too much.
Something that we're really
right? You notice this when you play Apex. When you play Apex, the game is smooth. The game is not fighting you. When you play Star Citizen, it's like there's this headwind. It's too clunky. It's really clunky.
And to make everything a lot more fluid, so looking around on the ladder is a good example. But also, like on a bigger level, right? We've done a complete rework on EVA, what we call sort of push and pull.
10 years in.
Physical interaction.
10 years in.
Probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of
EVA you can excuse, but like
when you're in space, in vacuum, pushing yourself
like
off, you don't
what a
have momentum now. So
can I get grappling hook? No, we don't have that. We don't have that technology.
some of the tech that we've developed
for Fortnite figured out the technology, but like Star Citizen is going to take another 20 years to figure out grappling hook technology. Like take 10 years, that's fine. What you're trying to do is complicated, but make the basics. Figure out the basics. Picking up guns, dropping guns, attachments. All of that is terrible in Star Citizen at the moment.
And it's the same. Our camera like tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA2, which again you'll be able to see
jetpacks and mech suits. They're coming. Everything is coming.
We basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change.
Whatever you want in Star Citizen, the answer is yes and yes and yes and. Jetpacks? Are jetpacks coming? Yes, and they are also affect the weather or something.
Totally look around, 360 degrees.
Yes, and but it will take 10 years to implement it. Yes.
So you're not just pushing forward.
Yes, we're going to do that, and we're going to do this other thing, but it will take another 9 years. Yes, and but. Yes, and but.
And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's kind of similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of like counters the forces and then allows you to go in that way. We actually
you nailed it. You nailed it, Lopez. You got it.
Actually do the curve.
But also,
some more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. You know, eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down.
Definitely. I mean, that's part of.
And also,
absolutely.
You know, in the resource. Network.
But also, and the resource network, and also, plus one of the other things, all the extra things, and 10 years now.
You know that you can go into those tighter areas. You need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on.
But also,
you can look upside down. You get a good sense.
But also, you want to be able to actually.
Pushed ahead on EVA2, and to be honest.
And also, you want to be able to,
I find it a lot of fun. Flying around in EVA.
and then I'd also say the other thing
I've spent $45. I've spent $45. Lopez, how much you spent? How much have you spent? I'm not spending any more money on this game. I'm not going to spend any more money on this game at all.
So we're going to separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in
140. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Interaction that happens.
There's been people who spent over $40,000.
And an EVA jetpack.
Over $40,000. I've met people who have spent over $40,000. So $140 is totally fine. Totally fine. Over $40,000. Can you imagine?
In that outfit right now, Jared. But I think it gives a really good,
imagine. It is a lot of money.
Context is like longer term what we want to do in the PU.
I think $140 is totally fine.
Right? So right now everybody just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space. And we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back. You should have a flight suit on, or you come into a city. You shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU, that's definitely coming online. And things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else.
Things are happening. They're coming.
We have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron, but then coming to the PU, it's designed so there'll be a nice sort of lock, almost like a wardrobe system that you can go in and hang up your outfit and switch quickly into another outfit, or switch into this
clothes,
space suit
armor, everything.
Yeah, so we want it to be your virtual Second Life, and we want to make it as easy as
Second Life. He mentioned Second Life.
Different things that you can wear for different roles, and EVA is one of the.
It's the metaverse. It's the metaverse all over again. Metaverse hype? No.
But you still will be able to move around, and we should
No?
probably run the video.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA at the end like that. Let's take a look at the EVA video we're looking at here.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of
Here we go,
the EVA, this is what you're seeing here, is that you'll probably see some of it in the third person. The thrusters are not firing because
it's the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU suit versus what we'll have is a new one with a proper pack that has the thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward.
This is an array from Squadron 42.
You're actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands to move ourselves along, and we're looking around as we're doing that.
This is cool.
Third person here, you sort of see.
This is cool. I like this. I like this. I'm going to give this a win. Yeah, I'll give that a win. That's weird. That looks like you're jerking yourself off weirdly.
We would just go floating out into space. So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're seeing here,
he just pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of, you're just floating alongside the actual this fin of this SCI.
That looks faster.
And this is actually keeping you in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just, you just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the, if you look at physical traversal, where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have 0G push-pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So
I like it.
this allows
I like
you
it.
to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide-ranging and both small scale.
So yeah, here's I mean, we were before in first person looking around, but here's us cutting out to third person to actually show you what your character and body's doing. And so there's a lot of, I mean, and these are still blockout animations.
I like it.
So there'll be a lot
I like it.
nuance of fidelity to it, but yeah, you have a lot more control, directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think, in this one, we're going to come up close to the glass above it.
Yes.
And you're actually going to see us, like, if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself, again, block out animation, but you're going to, as we get down close to it, I think we're going to come down, you'll see as our character comes down here, our player comes down here, yep, put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass here. So all of that's like
quickly cut away, cut to Chris Roberts.
Ray casting, seeing a thing as you brace yourself and you come up against, hold on, arrest your thing, you can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this, but it's not.
You need more time. You need more time. You need more time.
One of them, obviously, the accidental spatial thing to look down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan. But the use of this in the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA, it has a surface, you can put your hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it.
I love that.
So
That's good.
There's no like, oh, it only works in this scenario, or it only works in this scenario. It is what you see here. And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is we do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around. And again, you're not locked in. You can look all 360 degrees. You'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door. And it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments, and fundamentally,
could be good. This could be good.
Our current version, which is just
no, I mean it's massive for the game. So I think there'll be a lot
EVA
more
in the game is good,
the combat's
but
better. It's much more stable.
It's bad. It's bad in tight spaces.
Puzzles and traversal in the PU that can be built from that.
So
we have a lot of stuff down on
yeah,
planets, but it would also be
it seems better. This system seems better for tight spaces.
Derelict asteroid bases, kind of things, and EVA. I think we all love science fiction. Obviously, you're making these kind of.
Well,
games.
science fiction is fine. Yeah.
A lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent. That's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work. And bed it in Squadron, and then it'll be something.
Because we did 2 or 3 iterations. We did, we did 2 or 3 iterations of how we wanted to do. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have the upright? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it. And it's like, oh, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just go, and you're like, oh, this feels really nice, and you just end up flying around the level and connecting things. And so yeah, this unlocks content.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like, that looks just like
Steve Bender?
Yeah. Sorry, Steve. It's great. I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential.
Well, it clicks. It clicks. You understand it. Yeah.
That's great. I mean, there's some smaller things. Like we have one other thing here. We have a video for, which is, it's not as big as a system as, like, say, the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like it
really
a lot.
like
I
it.
saw the Reddit thread saying, "Why doesn't someone do a hover trolley?" Well,
Yeah.
We've been working on for quite a while, but the thing I will.
The hover trolley is preferable. Hover trolley is preferable. Physical trolleys are a nightmare. I'm sick of talking about trolleys. Oh my god.
It sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays. We use it in
trolleys.
Here, but for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because, you know, now you have the ability. We always had this design for our like bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a Gravlev system where, you stuck in this thing and the Gravlev, it would come up, and then, you know, now you can push around, you know, a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably, you know, not too far in the near future. But this allows you.
Don't give a date.
To not, you know, just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around. But, you know, okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you, turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid. And now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, you know, what happens, you know, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in.
I kind of love this dude. He's kind of like nuts. He's a little bit crazy, I think.
Container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SC or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place, I don't know, large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container, I could push it into my ship, then I could fly it off to some remote planet and put it next to, you know, where I'm camping out, or longer term where you say maybe a player base or some group of players with persistent decide to take over a derelict or something. And I can like basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. I think, you know, the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good because it will really play into the cargo and the logistics that are going to come with that. Because longer term with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living, right? Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons? You know, if two orgs are fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra, you know, ammo and missiles and, you know, all that kind of stuff, or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff. You know, okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can do your repair, maybe there's an on-field repair that's happening right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU. But in the PU, they just have a lot more potential, like the EVA. So.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about trolleys is when we approach trolleys with the physical trolleys.
It's still talking about trolleys.
One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games, which is, you know, I can move things around, and that allows me to create, you know, traversal opportunities for me. If I'm blocked, I can move a box over here, and I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into you, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies, or I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to use. And then you've got
I don't need a trolley.
Trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo loading. Now again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps. The scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys. When you see
hover trolleys,
you push them up any ramp. You know, the weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account. Hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, you know, let's play the video.
Let's see the video.
Let's say the video here, and
we've hyped this up now. Hover trolleys are the most amazing thing in the world. Here we go.
Hover trolleys, we're doing it. All right.
A slaver pod. So
it closes down. It's on the floor. We're going to activate it. Levitates up now. Gravlev's on. You get hold of it, bam. And by the way, the new interaction system's not working in this demo here. This is a separate build. But we're, you know, as you can see, it's getting pushed over.
I hate the sound of the feet. I hate the sound of the feet.
A really big improvement for us. We want physical cargo,
and I hate the list. I want a radial dial.
You have to move that cargo. You have to make decisions on how long it's going to take to load it up, not just.
Bum 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 bum
long
Oh
as
my
it's
God.
equipped and has the sort of hover device, then you know, like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our GravLeg technology, so the same, you know, as a Dragonfly, or eventually you'll hopefully be able to move much larger ships if you need to rearrange them, or you know, when you're moving things around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually. And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable, because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable. And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid that you'll be able to snap things on top of it. So if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to snap cargo boxes onto it so they won't fall off. Then you'll be able to, you know, reliably move them without frustration. And again, you can see some of our design ethos coming through is that we're trying to remove the barrier to entry. We're trying to remove the control mechanism, the things that frustrate you as you play the game, and kind of make that a lot simpler.
I see this and all I can think about is Spock and the photon torpedo. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move up into spaceships. Yep. Because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about
I have to take a piss. I'm going to take a piss.
But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42, and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, you know, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is, maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right. Because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. Right. So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You know, you need to know your G-forces and your heading direction and you know, I need to know my ammo and you know, master modes is a good way of going down that road, is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCN, combat, if you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not if you're in space. Maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. You know, your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to look
see the ship
the planets. When you're in SCM, you want to care about the planets. That's the thing you want to know about. You want to know how hot it is. What is the atmosphere? Are there toxic gases? Can you breathe the air? Is there any oxygen? That's what you want to know.
First of all, we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD displays. On
right?
the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's
just tell me, can I breathe?
We want to be more contextual. So, yeah, and we're doing this in a overall holistic way that would be probably almost impossible. We're trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So, you know, most of the vehicle team is working on.
Like, there's so many planets and so many moons. Even in Stanton, I never know, is it too hot or is it too cold? Until I jump out. You need that shit, man. You need it. they want to add more solar systems with more planets, more unknowns. Like Pyro is going to be like almost 3 times as big as Stanton. I can't remember what's hot and what's cold. You need that information. That information is really vital. Right?
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We're like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, it was a caterpillar. Yeah. So you wouldn't have the caterpillar. You wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just a game.
Yeah, and I think that they can start adding AI now.
And the settings will be remembered on a per ship basis.
In like a basic level, they can start adding AI now. Like we were saying before about the turrets, no reason why they can't put AI in turrets now. Tips and information also is fine, I think, right? Like, those NPCs are still dressage, just meaningless.
I think a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around. Besides the different modes of combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff, it's how you get the information and how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better. And I think
it's huge in combat.
It's, big, yeah.
It's huge in combat because in combat right now you're either we're obviously
when's it coming?
Combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the
when's it coming? Next year? This year?
But you don't want to have a
5 years away.
You want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing.
If you have all of these kind of CitizenCons, there's 10 years of CitizenCons, 10 years of like blowing smoke up your ass. If nothing's coming anytime soon, then how can you care about any of this stuff?
Yeah, and some players can deal with it, but it's just so much information. It's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that again you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit.
That's good. When's it coming? That's good. When's it coming?
We don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, there's 20 guys coming over there. We want to make sure that
what are those 20 guys doing over there? Coming together.
Using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just relying on the HUD. Because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs. You've got a cockpit radar. They're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it. This is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. Okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode. Okay,
holistic is the good word. Holistic is the good word he used.
That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything, and only reliance on marking the things that are important to you, or you
That's good.
Mark yourself.
That's a good
when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15, 20 ships, it's just a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise. You can just focus on being the best pilot you can be. I think it's really important.
And I would say that definitely, we're putting a bunch of work into the radar, which is really radar / star map. So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically to be a nav map, your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we're like, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your Moby-Glass version, and we're still using the Moby-Glass version all these years later, and still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that, you know, the star map, well, the star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the star map. And we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more.
Why is that important? Is that important?
Better, and also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them and then that will now select it as your target and do a lot of things that you know, haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as, you know, there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, you're you know, that's in process right now, but yeah, you'll click the
I mean, all of this is fine.
Character, click, you know, here's for the landing gear, or here's
I'll be surprised if we see any of this within the year.
Just to make it
I'll be surprised if we see the FPS, ping, and star map within the year. But this is just talk.
Have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we're talking about, because, you know, some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU into Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be, because right now you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, you know, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos.
20,000 kilometers.
You know, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, you know, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting, or, you know, your local environment. And when I say smaller, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. You know, that's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave, and that should be giving me information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where Q-Boost comes in the fact that you're Q-boosting to these locations. You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around so that, you know, we're not just cramped in, because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment, and the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark place. So we need that, we want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel like you are that pilot.
You got to fly to them to investigate them. And so, I mean, I think that's a good example of something on Squadron that, you know, we were also looking at, like, how do we solve the problem of your, you know, patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, you know, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't seem like I was controlling, you know, a large area of space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, you know, really if we think about it, there's like short range, which is, you know, what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, you know, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on a planet and going, there's a mountain over there, I can see it, I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there or walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like the wave goes out and yeah, you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say, there's something
a point
there.
of interest.
There's a point of interest. And so you'll be able to map things and then we need to get there. But you know, the quantum travel, spooling up, spooling down, and so this is the whole quantum, the idea of quantum boost is your sort of mid-level traversal speed where it allows you, it's probably about 10th the speed of the full quantum.
Probably good.
Sort of, you know,
this is probably good.
Quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way. But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly and, you know, also appreciate the environment you're going through and, you know, get over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's there. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool. And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So for instance, you could
we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had.
So
you could be in, you know, a big nebula gas cloud and you scan and you, oh, I get a contact 20k away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether, oh, I come up, oh, look, it's a, you know, it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station, there's a group of rocks over here, or I go over here, and we can even in the PU be in a case where you can sort of almost sort of procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to scan that you can go and visit. So I think
you could,
you know, the whole
maybe
idea
you could.
Of sort of these three sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of, you know, regular, you know, non-quantum one where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much more sort of limited and, you know, works for, you know, combat and stuff like that. Then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of to, you know, fast run over to a place. And then there's the quantum travel, which is the really long, okay, I'm going to go to this planet that's 500,000 kilometers away and I'm going to be in quantum for 5 minutes to get there. And I think that's going to open up a huge amount in the PU. I mean, it makes a big difference to the gameplay. I mean, makes the exploring in Squadron in space.
PU is the game. PU is the game. Chris, when will you realize?
The PU right now is when you're in space, it's sort of like, you know, most of it is
empty.
It's empty for you, right? It's like you spend your time around the space station.
PU power. Can I get some PU love in the chat? PU is the game. Come on.
Investigative gameplay that can happen in space now because of these different modes of travel, and the scanning is going to be a huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for this. For folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like, let's take a look at the quantum boost clip that we have so we can see it one more time here.
This is a quantum boost.
So just to call out,
they're splitting the flight. PU. Oh, chat. You never fail.
That's also the old.
You've never failed me once.
The point of interest will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are, you know, multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum boost. Again, you can just boost
quantum boost.
And it obviously has this interactive gameplay, which obviously went into.
So they're splitting.
Program or work in progress from Yogi on the quantum boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep in boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the
they're splitting boost and thrusters.
Traversal and investigate things without having to.
That's the new system.
Spend forever at 1,200 meters per second, or quantum traveling over, and it's over too quickly.
So just to clarify again for folks, if you watch the flight experience segment,
that's a lot of turbulence.
Old UI, probably close to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI. Intermediate now, but we're now moving.
I think with quantum boost, you have some inputs. You have to like go up and down, and left and right, to stay on track. It's a little bit more active, but it means that with the two systems, No. But it's short-term travel. So you have quantum travel for long travels, and quantum boost for short bursts of travel. And then the third option is the non-quantum travel. The non-quantum travel mode, the thruster mode, is that will be your fighting mode. When you're in your SCM, he just mentioned SCM. SCM mode means you have your shields, you have your guns, you can fight. So quantum boost and quantum travel, that's just traveling around short term and long term. SCM, that's your fighting mode. And that's going to bring fighting speeds down all the way. Fighting speeds are going to coming down.
Press shift and it's instant. Yeah, and so for people that want to, go. Oh, what's that?
So it's going to be real dogfighting from here on in, Lopez.
It's like getting on your horse.
Yeah, really slow, positional dogfighting.
Talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship-related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes, and everything.
It looks good. It's a good change.
You talked a little bit about the star map.
It kind of feels like they figured it out.
Ready to show today stuff. As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini map. There's also the mini map, which is always
Slow dogfights, but you can still get around the verse with quantum boost. Feels good, man. It feels good.
So radar, as we call it, is essentially, it encapsulates the star map, it encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your Mobi or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So
figure it out, Star Citizen. Fucking figure it out. They're on it. They're on the case.
By the FPS radar scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the mini-map. So if you go into, say, a known location, so let's say you go to Microtech, that landing zone.
This case is never going to fucking close. 20 years out, this case is going to be open, I promise you.
How do I get out of it? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen, they're like, where do I go? So, it'd be nice for us to be able to go, here's the spaceport. Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And say, cool, open up my map. It's like, oh,
50 years time, I'm going to be dead.
That's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a derelict outpost, you'll be mapping that environment.
Unless I'm somehow reformed in a med bay, a med bed.
And then you have it to you. So
that might be possible, maybe.
Again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, how do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive, what you understand.
How
where do I need to go?
I'll travel around the universe with my soul. How was your first day in Star Citizen, Lopez?
This is how I get to this area.
Did you figure it out? Could you figure it out easy?
People to then navigate to those places, so that then they understand that, okay, this is how I get to certain places.
Because I couldn't.
Tomorrow, come round to my house or go here. Just give them my postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's so
put it in Google Maps.
Exactly.
You need the street level.
Really? Yeah. I was lost too. It was fun for me too. I was lost, but I was having fun.
Squadron, but it's also
it took me a week to understand.
Some of the maps are sort of readily available.
I think a year into Star Citizen, I'm still trying to figure it out.
You get the map downloaded, and some of them you may have to explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it, just like a sort of more traditional mapping technique. And there'll be some cases like we have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example of, we've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. It's just one of the very, it's a minor location in terms of Squadron, but since we showed it, we thought, okay, that's a good.
It's just a good backdrop.
It's a good backdrop rather than just grey
really
boxes. But that would be an example. Is you don't load the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map. So what we have is we have some footage here, which is showing how
more footage. Oh, we're so lucky.
Sort of an isometric render
in engine,
in the UI that will essentially become your mini map, but you'll have a more sort of reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But if we run it, you'll see kind of what the tech is. So first, this is in the editor, but it's essentially what it does is it's taking our existing layouts, levels, ships, so we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking
okay, but where am I? Where am I?
In the engine using the
Idris. You are here, marker. All right. I'm gonna give a win to maps.
This doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say,
Maybe a fail for no UI here.
The environment's already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
Maps, hypes and gripes.
Space station.
Yeah, because a lot of traditional game development, you have to make custom mini-maps. So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom mini-map. So if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds and thousands of locations.
Right.
And absolutely.
Right.
It's just not viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we can use, with minimal effort on the side of content creation, but gives us all of the information that we want. And this mini-map is not just oh, that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all...
But where am I?
So when we call it...
Where am I? I did a fucking UI here button. You are here. You are here. Am I here? Am I here? Am I here? Am I here? Where am I here? Where am I? Audio is dying, man. Audio is dying. I'm gonna give you a fail for shitty audio.
Oh, his body's injured too. Oh, he's got a tier 1 injury. I'm gonna go and help him before he bleeds out because I can see his health. And you'll be able to see that via this information.
Yeah, it allows you to detect saboteurs or intruders.
Absolutely.
But then, using like the relay networking where those saboteurs and intruders can start pulling fuses and start hiding themselves from
Well,
scanning.
this will also underpin resource network.
Yeah, so exactly that the same visuals and tech is planned to.
Everything's connected. Everything's connected.
So looking at like your schematic for the ship.
Bottlenecks within bottlenecks.
Security reasons.
Bulkheads.
Which doors are open or closed. Basically, it will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So that the idea is those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the mini-map and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we have, we basically threw them away. So
okay.
We found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and over the years as I've worked in games, and I think probably
is that a win?
as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation, then you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that has been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
well,
when
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And you know, it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it, because you know, you're playing, and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times. It's a combination of
completely frozen sometimes.
All the logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers and what's going to happen with server meshing.
Main issue is server performance.
Will also make it better, but the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity, and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you.
Or just fight real humans.
Not
or creatures.
Or creatures, yeah. Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But not get tied up in some other problems that come with multiplayer, come with online servers, and make that work really good as a single player, having fun, feeling challenged, feeling like I'm not just shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the latest stuff's going to trigger in the PU, I think it'll be a whole different experience. And I won't argue, it's been like a long, hard slog on the AI side. It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all these different situations. So it's not, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty.
So is the PU delaying Squadron 42, or Squadron 42 delaying the PU?
You can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent, but really they're kind of following scripts. Whereas with us, all the different planets, all the different, locations on the planets, or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations the AI could be in, there's no way you could script it all. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it, and be able to communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside to seem like they're working as a team. And so that takes time to work. The AI team is been working on it for a long time, led by Francesco Riccucci, who's been doing a great job. And we absolutely have turned a corner this 100%. Year, because both me and Rich actually, we were playing it when some of the blast systems came in, and it was.
It's like night and day. It's like night and day. It's like night and day. Say it. Say it. It's like night and day.
Like the fact that we were like, okay, we want to clear everyone out. Like we were running Asiato as a test level. Okay, let's see if we can just run and gun and take all the slavers out.
No.
And Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I think I'm kind of okay, but Rich is much better. But no, we weren't all managed to get it. But I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build and home. I'm like, damn it, I'm gonna finish this level. I'm like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was it was like Elden Ring from software. Like I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything, where it was like, okay, the AI is just supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It was like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were doing, they're trying to flank your areas, and they were behaving intelligently. And those are all behaviors and systems that we've been working on in terms of like realistic perception. Like they can,
it's so good. The game is so good. If only you could play it. If only you could play it. You fucking pleb.
And see where you were, and then see you in the peripheral vision, or they'd have different ways of approaching, searching for you or fighting you. Whether they're more aggressive and they're pushing up towards you, or they're defensive and they're staying behind cover, or they're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work that's done, and so on the AI side, I'm actually feeling like it's going to be some pretty great stuff. And so that is going to be stuff that will ultimately be coming to the PU, and it'll be really cool. But I don't know if Rich wants to add a bit to it.
Coming soon. Coming soon to a PU near you.
I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that. So
because that's going to be the time of
it's interesting because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where we're talking years now. So what is there? How do we want to change it, and how do we want to manipulate it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's still there.
No, subsumption, or like how they navigate and pathfind around the world. It's more about the bits that you know.
I love you, Jared.
We call them behaviors, like AI behaviors. So what we did is we pulled all the AI back and stripped it back to essentially 3 base behaviors. Essentially, defender, so I want to stay back and cover and defend a location. A strafer, who kind of wants to get, siege you and wants to go behind you, and then pushers that kind of want to put pressure onto you. So we wanted to create these 3 core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, they can choose combat behaviors this is. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you, so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might get 3 defenders, or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers. And we've got a video to show some of the behaviors.
It's another video.
We have a trait system.
It's another video.
And that's where designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend. He can never re-roll as another behavior, or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover. Or I want pushers to be, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these 3, is that a fun experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in bringing AI reinforcements, we can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push, they're quite aggressive because that's their faction, whether it's Ninetales, or these guys are quite defensive, they're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different things. And then you add different weapons in there. So you've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges. And all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into the hundreds that allows us to have a really strong combat experience that is not the same. It's not, Star Citizen is a game that you're going to be playing for hundreds, thousands of hours. You don't want to just be having the same combat experience over and over again. And vice versa in Squadron, we want you to be able to ramp up the combat. We want to have factions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweaked that and readed that in a way that allows us that, you come around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing, because they're just computer. They know where you are. They know exactly they don't have to mouse aim. It's just instant headshot. It's very easy to make them too hard.
It's not human.
No, right? Exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it challenging but fair. And that is when Chris was talking about playing through Asiado, even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked at accuracy as that, even a human, even a soldier,
okay.
They don't immediately have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So, as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you. They've got a bit of time. And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, but we want you to still feel pressure. So we have a silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss, kind of you getting that sense of like, pew, pew, it's kind of going past your head, and you're like, okay, I'm under pressure. And we want the AI to pressure you, but pressure you in a way that you feel like, oh, what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, or, he's pushing that way, and you're hearing him, and you're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we've put our real focus on terms of how they perceive you in the environment.
When is it coming to game? When are we going to see this in the game?
We have pretty much 90%.
Sounds good. It all sounds good.
Game. We've had balance passes. We've played it. It's a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, you know, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving allies and ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on, but they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back just to those 3 base behaviors, the defender, pusher, strafer, is it fun? Because if it's not fun there, it's not going to be fun here. You can't just keep relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you know, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. You know, fighter pilots don't go in and, you know, they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd say, you know, throwing it away was, you know,
yeah, it's disingenuous.
But basically,
but
you know, game development is iteration, right? So you have V1, then you have V2, and then V3, and you know, V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was you know, it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by, you know, a lot more of the things we talked about, like perception, the accuracy, and all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social. So I mean, social AI and combat behaviors. There is
We've redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI staying the same.
More mess hall.
The mess hall will never end.
Right. But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think, you know, was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat. Things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. You know, we're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, I mean, we can show the clip of
we've got those 4 Atmo East Force guys waiting to do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think, we'll probably show the investigation.
Let's end this fucking thing. This is like the endless sitcom.
Because, you know, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, you know, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that? Let's go check it out. They radio their, you know, back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here. Or if they get in a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And then on top of that, you know, you're making the joke about the bartender and all the rest of stuff. But really, the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bar.
Coming soon.
You know, even people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor. You know,
well, here you go. This is the answer. You wanted it?
Or, for instance,
flight attendants or hangar personnel.
Yeah, the hangar you know, basically operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system that Francesco's been working on that allows our AI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the interest that
NPC,
and it's huge.
multi-crew AI coming soon to a game near you.
You can hear them talking to each other and react
Bank
to
on
what's
it.
happening. It all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So yeah, but the dynamic conversation system allows it. So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also, there's dynamic conversations, so people can just sort of, whether it's in a mess hall, they sit down and they just start up a conversation talking about the most recent vid show they saw, or talking about what they think the best, I don't know, ship thruster is. And there's a system in for that, and we're creating a recording, but that's also a system that's going to come into the PU that's going to create a huge amount of life. So when you go into a bar in the PU, or you're wandering around the big point of interest, the cities, people will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, I heard there was something went on, the Ninetales attacked so on Horizon, but it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it just adds so much. It just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation system stuff to show today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about afterwards.
So we've actually got it as 2 videos. So there's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So the individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
So that's the player.
Essentially. This is essentially a standard for the player. The other 2 AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they can sort of go on.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room.
If you're hiding here, can't you go back?
Sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just.
I was there, but I'm gonna run over to the other cube.
Room yet, so he's not going to progress, and he's just going to go.
You know what I mean?
The rest of the room alongside his buddy.
I was hiding here, but then I've got it.
But again, here would be, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, if we've got vents in here.
He's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other.
I could have been hiding here and then moved over here. He clears this area, then moves to this area.
Checking the cover points. You can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here.
You know, he's checking here. Alright, he's got.
Because that's where, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of ones left. He's going to check it. He's going to come through here. Cleared those, so now he's coming around here.
The player will move.
Fire away! And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, is something that we added for the perception. So they start off in green, and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, that's into full combat. But the previous states are kind of levels of.
It doesn't feel like real security to me. Why is that? Do you think they're moving too slow?
By the way, in the game you don't see that.
No, that's our debug.
That's just indicating.
Yeah, we didn't think we didn't think we would see that.
Have audio and visual representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's 2 of them, one of them would go, hey, you go check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have obviously the.
I would like them to work in unison a bit better than that. Like tighter.
In most games, what happens is
if you have 2 people, you can clear areas really efficiently, I think.
In our game, what they do.
You don't just have one person walking off and then the other person walking off.
They
And
still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So.
And so that was on a test map.
Yes.
But we do have an example of it working.
Yep. So I'll
roll the clip. Let's take a look at the real deal.
So here's in Asiado in the decommissioned area. You can see the 2 AI in the distance catch you. and then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually doing? They're checking cover points, they're checking the usables that are there, and then, you know, in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video,
so they see you and then they start checking the areas around themselves.
The player, and they actually found you before we were able to show you, you know, what was happening. So it's
this is more security like them tight formation like this.
Into combat, so that you can actually play through the game.
Better check that out.
So here he's checking a usable, which we've set up, where he's just kind of like looking and checking, okay, is there anything there? Nothing there. And again, he's sharing that information with his buddy. So if you've got 2, 3, 4 AI that are searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to each other and letting them know that nobody's found you.
Just kill them all.
Like you may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking for you. And if you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents.
And that's the other thing, you got to move. You have to move.
Should I say? And then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different. And this is where, you know, we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's
just go around and take him out.
That's hiding from the AI. But let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, you know, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you.
What happened with this defender?
Having to react to the AI. Right now, our current AI, you basically get the jump on them, and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode.
No, you don't.
A little more video showing the tactics situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version where but again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in, and they roll the dice for. They don't always become defenders or always become pushers or strafers. It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is
kill that guy.
If one rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show you the behaviors themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base nav.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure what
he's fucked.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal, so they sort of understand the environment and how to traverse over it other than just flat ground. And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of it, he didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed and then they hit him. That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier. Because, like Rich said,
I know that feeling. I know that feeling.
Yeah, aim perfectly all the time because they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
They've got all the numbers that's not any fun. So the fun is making them feel real, like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right, well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go. Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people.
He needs a mic. He needs a desk mic like David Letterman.
Skills. There's. What can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42. It will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of 2 areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills.
Oh.
In boxes, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much, so you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. Your force reaction, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility.
So it's through actions, not through like point distribution.
We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, they have cold weather training. They have, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and Redout, so that pilots train for that, so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to sustain.
Okay, maybe that's not so bad.
And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer. You can hold your breath longer. You can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes, and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage. Or, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. Yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights, I can do whatever. I can bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180, right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work the same if you're like running, you work your way up to a marathon. And so that's kind of the idea, is there are things that you do during the gameplay
that's okay. So long as it's through gameplay, that's okay.
Take some time and go to the gym and do some squats. Again, that's part of like making the living world. You want to invest in your.
Yeah, that's very Vice City, very GTA Vice City. San Andreas.
Able to, aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. Then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character's going to be.
Just don't give me skill points to distribute. I don't want skill points. I don't need them. I don't need them.
I really need to be all buff and everything because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them,
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, skilling up your character because that's the dedicated area of focus that you want, you can run further than them. You can carry things, that are heavier than they can. You can equip things onto you and it doesn't affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the Star System, but a good one to a good one to how to explain it is it's almost like the 10,000 hours. You know, if you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, you know, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You know, you might struggle and, okay, eventually you take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them.
Yeah, more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to doing
exactly.
all the versions of takedown from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, you know, straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, you know, it's much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to achieve. And I think that's
sounds kind of creepy.
About giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for like, you know, melee, like fist fighting,
melee combat,
or
yeah.
knife fighting.
Melee.
Longer term, we want to sort of, this is more PU, not squadron, but introduce, say, more moves you could do in fights, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere.
Or traversal as well.
And learn them from someone, and then do it a bit more, and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain, and that's kind of the, like you said, the, you know, the idea of sort of, you know, the skills and techniques that we want to introduce, because again, it's, you know, this is going to be a really huge, deep world, and it's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays or Formula One car racers, you know, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They're not just, they don't just go get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s. It's not the 70s.
No, exactly. You know, you don't.
They
just
don't
get...
have a pint of beer before they go football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it there. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility, or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows.
I don't know. How do we feel about this? Leveling up agility.
That guy was going to black out. I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences.
And when's it coming to the game? What is it? How does it affect the game? And when's it coming? Is this another one of these 5-year things? 5 years away, we're not going to see this.
If you do squats, like that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand, essentially. It's like we will allow you to do things.
RGP skill stats, right? That's what it feels like. 12 years later. 12 years later. Look at his face! Look at his face! I don't want skill points to distribute. Don't give me skill points. I don't want a skill tree. I don't want points.
Health app that will tell me kind of, you know, how unfit I am, right? Or how fit I am. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit. But, you know, that will be essentially one of the apps, Mobiglass, and then one of the
losing skill points. Imagine resetting your character. Oh my god. Oh my god. That would be a fucking nightmare.
And the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military class.
I did all these crunches for nothing.
One in the PU, but it's a framework that we're building almost like a, you know, our own
operating
OS.
system, yeah.
And it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And you know, in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see. Oh, yeah, this is
when is 4.0? When is 4.0? That's all I care about.
But also like, okay, here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of how I've been playing the game. You know, here's my mission assignments. You know, here's the ship chat channel. And
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp basically. And you know, obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian version. but it will all go in the same framework using the same base work. So one of the things that we've been really trying, not just on the Moby, but on the HUDs and the MFDs, is they're all using a common building block framework, and we're trying to share the same base code stuff so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old sort of flash scale form system, and the new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff right now. And so one of the big obstacles to doing features is actually the UI. And so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just, clean the house and make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be easier and simpler. Yeah, I don't know if you want to say anything more on the Moby glass.
Well, I'd roll the clip that we have, and we can.
Let's roll the Moby glasses.
We are now an hour over time. We're supposed to end at 4 in the morning. Now it's 5 in the morning.
Kind of like the overview. So it's the overview of your player, it's the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So and all of these widgets that we call them are kind of shortcuts to the kind of the main focus areas.
Alerts as you go to the
This is too busy. This is too busy.
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's coming in with general ship chat from the AI, which again is kind of just making it believe that you're in this believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's just a lot. It's a lot cleaner.
Too much.
The information.
Is it cleaner?
Try to be consistent across the HUD and the Moby is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean information.
And you can see like the alerts. So the alerts are now cleared from the messaging app because we've read the messages.
We've got the map here.
Mission side here, but now we've gone.
That's our contract manager.
So that's the system. It's a framework. So like inside the, you'll get notifications or alerts. Oh, look, I got a new message over here. I'll click over to it. Now we're back.
And the biggest thing as well is.
I don't know. I don't know what I think about that. Looks like a phone app. Dislike. Okay, we're gonna give that a dislike. That was bad. That was bad, wasn't it?
Search engine.
That's a dislike.
Everybody does it every day. So when we come to things like
I was not hyped by that.
we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand. It's like, okay, this is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions. You want to go and, get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience to improve traversal to improve.
That was bad. The new Moby was bad. Oh my god.
Is where we want to provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go. We don't need to reinvent how you read emails, or we don't need to reinvent how you understand information, or
True.
And you want to have the information on your Moby, like, okay, tell me what am I about to? Is my environment outside? Is it breathable? Do I need a
That's what I
helmet?
want to know.
Is it
Yes.
hot? Is it cold?
Yes, that's what I want to know.
You look at an Apple Watch, or my wife has an Apple Watch, so she's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is your oxygen. You need to have that information at your fingertips, so you can go, okay, I can now plan for what I'm about to do. And coming back to what Chris said earlier in terms of, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to decide what you need to take out with you on specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing the game, and then you start to understand like why we've got an eating and drinking system, or active status, or injuries, or readouts, and inventory, and hover trolleys, and the physicalized nature of the world. And when you start putting it all together, which is kind of, we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good they can work on Squadron 42. Don't you realize how good it is?
I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do that. A lot of it we've already done, and we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it.
Okay, so
we're really
Do it then.
Confident.
Fucking do it.
Technically.
Add it to the game.
Build on top. And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale in Star Citizen because we've got the mini environment of Squadron, like the test bed of proving it out. And I think
it's so good. Squadron 42 is so good. It's so good that they're wasting all their time on this game.
They've got an example of how to use these systems, and they understand how other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go, cool, there's documentation. I know.
Market. What is going to be added from this presentation in a year's time? I'll give them 1 year from today.
Using it in Squadron, and here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that means that the PU team that's now going, oh, we want to do 10 of those or 100 of those, has good examples of how to use it, rather than here's a feature, you figure it out. Because again, that was a lot of things that went in were that. You know, it's like trolleys, as we use an example, or the mounted guns are just features that didn't really have gameplay or use associated with them. So, you know, I mean, there's a lot more going on in Squadron than just this, but we thought
this is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about some of the core gameplay things that we're working on, because we know that people are saying, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more responsive, and that's absolutely, we know, and we're working on, and the plan is
that's good to hear. That's good to hear, because that's my major gripe with this game.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about the universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about
emphasis on final?
It's the co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen. What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well. And it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps inform as developers what we're doing all the time. And it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, you know, we want to work on this thing and improve it. It's all the stuff we've really talked about this time. But, you know, for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron but also Star Citizen. Because, you know, ultimately, I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of how you can seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship, looking at your interior here, look at this constellation Phoenix, and walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees and seeing a mountain in the distance and walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach. You know, the scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything, that is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. You know, they're limited to more limited spaces, and you know, we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience that sort of feels like you're, you know, in a huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about, you know, the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different, you know, down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone who a player is a complete, I mean, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. I mean, it's a dream I've had, you know, my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is a, you know, something I'm always eternally grateful for. And
I'm sure you are.
It's the best job in the world. So as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something or something's not working.
Sorry, Chris.
What kind of idiot did this, or which doesn't this person know how to run a project and all that kind of stuff. It's still the best job in the world. We all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you need a thick skin. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. I mean,
people call him a criminal, a scam artist.
The level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much more limited,
yes,
sort of
and
privateer,
yes,
freelancer online, and next generation wing commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility in the idea that you can do and be anything in it. And if you can think it or imagine it or see it, you can go there, do it, do all those things. That is, like I said, I think there's almost nobody out there in the industry that has got the opportunity to do that. We're getting
for a reason.
Thanks to everyone that's supporting the project, so like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's not because we're just sitting here working really hard.
Bonbons.
It's exciting. For me, I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself, even Star Citizen. I mean, this year there's more people playing it. There's more, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. I mean, we're accelerating. I think that's partly a testimony to the game itself over the last few years.
Yes, it is.
Stable. It's become more performant. There's been more features and content added. So even though we still have a lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things we want to improve, it's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything and be anything in the universe. And we're
He's right. He's right about that.
Finishing that off and making that a really great experience that's frictionless. So, while it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun, and
or dumb. Challenging or dumb.
Over the next few years, we've got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pike, beyond what we already have here. It's a good time to be making games.
It is.
It sure is.
It's. I think video games, strangely, video games get this reputation of because it's hard work and because it's so difficult. It's like it's a job and it's a pain and whatever. But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative. And there's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind the scenes documentary series from a spaceship landed on the pilot. Rich, you want to try to follow that?
So the only one thing I would say is that even though we are focused on Squadron 42, we still read all of the feedback in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's come to the game over the years, we've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that feedback with some of the systems that are not as forefront in people's minds, such as like the interaction system and how you interface with the game and controls and the action queuing and traversal. And I think the biggest takeaway for me when we start to look at all these features is that don't think of it as feature. We're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game together and we can sit down and play it. And while Star Citizen, there already is a game there, this is about, making what's there even better and making sure that all the things that new players and existing players have had frustrations with, that we're smoothing them over and removing the friction. And then about injecting that new features on top that's going to just enhance it even further. So I think it's, in the next few years, it's going to be really exciting times. As Chris said, there's lots of things in the pipe. And I think some of the things that come online will be real game changers to not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and the features and ships, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement. And I think that will, you know, I think if you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the game.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck it in there before the mobile battle, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation.
Please do.
And a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll interact with that and stuff as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyler, that's we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be fine. So yeah, so thank you, Chris. Thank you, Rich, for taking the time to talk a little bit of Squadron 42 with us and how it'll affect the PU. We are just about to wrap up our entire CitizenCon day here. But before we do, I want to throw it back to a video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time. And when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to bed. So take a look.
Tell you what my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
More community handjobs.
They believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
I'm gonna give another win for the community because I love myself.
Invested players, but they're right there with us throughout the whole process. It's unlike anything I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
Because we have to. We have to search.
CitizenCon, where I got to fly the pirate.
I got hopes.
So supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
I mean, you know, Star Citizen, especially these sitcoms, man, it's like they show you 10 things and it's like 7 of them get delivered on and the 3 take 7 years to get in. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't buy into it 100%, but you can't be 100% cynical either. Because Star Citizen sits in this weird territory, you know? It's like they do deliver sometimes. It's that. Well, I never got a bobblehead. Where's my fucking bobblehead, man?
Community around events. Going to Bar Citizen. It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person, even if they like.
The community is awesome, Lopez. The community is awesome, Lopez. You are amazing, Lopez.
To see how excited they are about.
They love you, and we love you, Lopez.
From them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
You,
the quick turnaround on feedback.
you're Lopez is the best thing about my community. You're my single fan, and it hasn't gone unnoticed.
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone, we're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting us.
They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one.
It's impossible for me to narrow it down.
I'd probably just turn and walk away.
And the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is.
Because we pay your wages.
In addition, before we wrap this up, The Community Hub was first introduced way back when in 2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I'm realizing I don't remember. It's needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time. And finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent to tell you more.
This CitizenCon never ends. It's like an hour and a half run late. I gotta go to bed.
My name is Tyler Whitkin, and I'm the director of community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day, we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand, to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub, and we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both sharing and browsing content easier than ever before.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub. So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each others.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming.
Thank you so much.
Fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead.
07.
This bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like crazy right now. Thank you. Don't let me down.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between 3 post options. So that would be an audio, a video, and an image type of post. Inside of them, you'll be able to obviously put a title and a description in there, but also to pick and choose from a variety of different categories your post relates to. And that comes and play into the Discover page.
On the Discover page, you can browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay. And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new Community Hub. You have a live stream section, which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now.
I will not be on the top players.
Section also on the front page, and there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community. And many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
The Community Hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this, and we really hope the community will enjoy as much as us.
So you can head over to our website, dive in,
check
out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay. It's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts, so make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think.
Amazing!
And this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events, and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new Community Hub? It's live right now.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or now. I don't know what time my watch is saying. It says it's like 12:30 in the morning. One last thing before we let you go, because we got more endings than a Lord of the Rings movie. Outlaw Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event, the new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's throw it to Atmo.
Let's check it out. Let's check out this video. Why not?
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Demo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
Every step you can count on me, Every step you can follow me. Whoa! Oh, baby, look at this race starting, guys!
Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments, and we work with talented community gamers to supply supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event organisers, and so much more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their veins.
Oh,
we operate
Australia!
online, and
This
everything we do
Australia!
is created collaboratively.
It's gonna change the way we play the game.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Short vid. I appreciate that. At 5:52, 5:25 in the morning.
The debut of our new home for our evergreen, recurring weekly video content for the foreseeable future. Hope you enjoyed it. There's a ton of information that I'm sure is going to feed our content creators in the community for months and months to come. But the last word on things shouldn't come from me. Let's throw it over to the peanut gallery, to our esteemed group of guests and visitors. Chris, oh shoot, hold on, let me get in here. There we go.
Get in here, get in here.
Hey, what do you want to say?
I think I've said quite a lot already. I don't really need to see that much more.
You can do like 15 minutes more.
Well, let me start with back in 2012. All I'm going to say is that we wouldn't be here without all of you out there that have supported us over these years and believed in the project and the world and the universe.
Or 1 year.
I know everyone that meets everyone from the community out here really appreciates the sense of support and love that everyone puts in from your side and also from our side into the project. So we really appreciate that. This year's CitizenCon didn't quite have the big flashy demos that we've had in the past, but that's mostly because we've got a huge amount of people heads down working on getting Persistent and streaming out, and 318, which hopefully we're going to go to Evocati this coming week, right, Aaron, we think, maybe?
We're absolutely working on it.
All right, so we'll see Guillaume over here. He's not Mike, so he can't really say much, but he's our Director of Development on Star Citizen Live. So we're working hard on that for this year, and that's going to be a massive patch with a lot of really cool features and gameplay in it. And of course, we're working very hard on Squadron 2. But it's been a great time. It's been an amazing ride so far. I'm looking forward to the future. So you did get someone to be twinsies with you.
Yes.
There you go. And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday, the community.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
10 years. 10 years to Star Citizen.
Let's throw it to Atmo. Bye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
See you next year. Thanks for watching. I guess that's the end, right? I guess that's the end. Can I end my stream like this?